On a wet Monday in West Baltimore, a man with smiley face socks and a gun tucked under his apron handed me a shopping list for edge control and girls. He set a 20 on the counter, like a tip, and waited for change I couldn't give him. A young undercover agent poses as the owner of a black-owned beauty supply store in Baltimore to infiltrate a human trafficking network that launders money through salons, parties, and modeling gigs. As she balances the community's trust with the operation's risks, her double life collides with a neighborhood teen who goes missing, a cop with a conscience, and a syndicate that treats women like inventory. Across 12 parts, her choices, what she buys, what she sells, what she hides, will decide who returns home and who disappears into the back rooms forever. Before we get into the case file, just a quick note. If stories of hidden motives, dead ends, and unexpected turns are your thing, make sure you're subscribed. Hit the bell so the next mystery finds you first. Now, let's open the file. The bell over the glass door was cracked, so it coughed instead of chimed whenever someone walked in. The morning came in damp and gray, with buses throwing dirty rain against the curb and a city worker dragging a rake over the leaves that gathered along. Edmondson Avenue, like secrets no one had time to sweep. I straightened the aisle of shampoos no one wanted anymore, and tried not to watch the clock, tried not to count the minutes before my handler checked in, before the first face I feared or hoped to see showed up. I'd named it Lena's Beauty, Supply because the previous owner's sign was cheap to alter and because the name made grandmother smile. The windows were layered with iron grates, painted the color of peaches. Behind the register, a wall of gels and satin bonnets pretended to be the entire economy. In the back, a steel door and a lockbox sat with an attitude. Everything else was surface. The real thing was the conversations, small, floating pieces of gossip that skimmed in on her raincoat sleeve and drifted out when the bus driver asked if we sold beard oil. The man with the smiley face socks came in a few minutes after 9. He was tall, with an apron stained by something dark and sticky, the kind of apron you get at a carryout where the grease sleeps in the walls. He had the fast eyes of somebody who'd been keeping count of exits his whole life. He didn't look toward the cameras, which meant he knew where they were. "What's up, Miss Lena?" he said, even though that wasn't my name, not in any life I claimed. I had one name for the bureau, and another for the utility bill. The one printed on my wristband at Mercy Hospital 6 years ago still lived in a file cabinet in another state. "We good," I said, folding a pack of lashes into the stack. "You need something?" He placed a small index card on the counter like it was a church fan. It listed products, handwriting careful and square, 3 edge controls, 2 lace glues, a case of those small butterfly clips, and then, in the same neutral script, girls too, light eyes preferred, tonight. He slid a 20 across the counter and watched me read. "Change," he said. I kept my hands still. We'd practiced this. We'd practiced what to do if a coded request came in open like a dare. Calm face, slow breath, no eye contact at the wrong time. Inside, my pulse did that high staccato it learned in the academy, the kind that made the world too bright. "We got most of this," I said. "Clips on the end cap, glue behind me. The other thing?" I let my voice taper off, a question on a fishing line. He smiled without showing teeth. "You know how to order special." "Sometimes," I said. "Depends who's asking." We both heard the door cough. A girl shuffled in with a backpack and a hoodie big enough to drown in. She was thin in a way that made you imagine hunger stretching between her ribs like rubber bands. She moved toward the aisle with the bonnet display, touching each satin bag like it might bite. "Be right with you," I said to her, which was also to him. He leaned against the counter, hands loose, voice dropping. "I come from Hull." He said the letter like a location on a map only he and his people used. "He said you'd help." L was the name they whispered in the wire room, the one that floated under docket numbers and sealed warrants. Elle moved like an ellipsis through conversations, always implying something bigger would come, and then it did. Elle's people rented vans with paper plates and partied in houses with plastic on the windows. Elle's money showboated through bottle service nights and disappeared by morning. Elle loved the camera until the camera loved him back. "I can call Elle," I said, which was both a test and a bluff. "You don't call." His smile vanished like someone shut the lid on a box. "Elle calls you." The girl at the aisle looked up when he said that, fast, like a deer hearing a hunter step on a twig. Our eyes met for a second, enough to clock the bruised purple beneath her hoodie collar, the older scab near her knuckle, the faded glitter on her wrist that tried very hard to say she'd been somewhere happier yesterday. "You got argan oil?" she asked, voice flat and hopeful at once. "Third shelf, baby," I said. "Left side." My heart adjusted itself. Don't spook her. Don't spook him. Don't let anyone see your hands shake. Smiley Socks cleared his throat. "After close," he said to me, like his voice could be another index card. "You'll get your change then." He tapped the 20 with a finger that wore a singed cuticle. "If you short me, I tell Elle you wasting his time." He took the list back, folded it once, tucked it in the apron, where a gun left a shadow. The door coughed him out into the rain. The girl came up to the counter with a small bottle and the bonnet, two things navigating two futures. "You take EBT?" she asked, trying to sound adult about it. "We do," I said, and held out my hand. Our fingers touched, cold birdlight. The card had her first name, her last initial. I'd learned to read names the way a mechanic learns to listen to engines. Tiana G. "You going to school today, Tiana?" I asked, casual as change. She shrugged, hair tucked tight under the hood. "Maybe." "You got people looking for you, maybe?" Another shrug, but her eyes went to the window, where the rain performed the same drama it always does, bigger from the inside, less personal from the street. I bagged her oil and her bonnet and put a lollipop in the sack like she was 8 and told myself it was for later. "On me," I said. "For the weather." She took the bag, the EBT card reappearing in her pocket with the smooth shame of practice. "Thanks," she said, and her mouth bent like it couldn't remember which way to shape gratitude. Her gaze drifted to the back door where the steel sat like a closed mouth. "You got a bathroom?" "Out of order," I said, because it wasn't, and because the back was where the lockbox was, and because this girl could be a decoy on the morning shift. Or she could need to cry where no one could see her. The problem with jobs like mine is every kindness is a risk, and every refusal is a wound. "I can wait," she said. The bell coughed again. 2 ladies came in under one umbrella, laughing. Tiana slipped away toward the wig heads, an island of plastic faces ready for reinvention. My phone buzzed low against my thigh. Under the counter, behind the credit card reader, I slid my thumb across the screen. A text from the number we called Church Friend, because you never said bureau on a phone. "Coffee?" 10. I tapped yes. The coffee shop lived 2 doors down, a place that knew our faces and not our lives. Between customers, I watched the street ink itself with tire water and the reflection of a flashing ambulance that sounded as tired as it looked. The city breathed in sirens and exhaled curses. Smiley Socks didn't look back as he turned the corner, a blur in the reflection. Elle's name stuck in the air, he left like smoke. "You all got that good bonnet that don't come off at night?" one of the ladies asked, her laugh still living in her chest. "Got one with extra elastic," I said, fingers moving on autopilot. The talk went on. Edges, price of braids at Miss June's, whether Janelle's grandson finally got that job, the weather again. The world inside my store tried to be a world by itself. Baltimore outside insisted it wasn't. At 9:52, Tiana ghosted toward the door, then hesitated, like the weather was a voice telling her to stay in the shallows. "You hiring?" she asked me without looking up. "For Saturdays," I said. "Might be. You got a phone?" She shook her head. Half smile like that was a stupid question. "My aunt do. Sometimes." "You tell her to come by with you later," I said. "We see." It wasn't policy. It wasn't anything. It felt like a red thread you can't help but pull. She nodded once and slid into the rain. At 10, I locked the register, flipped the sign to be back in 10, and took the umbrella I kept under the counter for the performance of respectability. The coffee shop was warm and smelled like cinnamon and secrets. My handler, Detective Isaac Purnell, Baltimore PD loaned out, burned out, the kind of man who wore the badge like a broken tooth sat at a corner table, pretending to read something highbrow. He had the face of a man who'd slept in a stairwell once, out of choice, to understand a case that lived there. "You look lively," he said without looking up. "I had a customer," I said, sliding into the chair opposite him. "From L." His eyes lifted, inch by inch. He say the name. He said it like commandments. I told him about the list, the 20, the change he promised at close. I told him about the gun tucked under the apron and the smiley face socks. "Apron," he said thoughtfully. "He working?" "Carry out," I said. "Grease tattoos on the strings." He wanted product, and girls too, light eyes preferred. Saying it out loud put a taste in my mouth like old coins. Colonel swallowed whatever was left of his coffee, like it could wash something away. "They getting bold," he said. "Or bored." "You going to put a car on the corner tonight?" "We can put a ghost on a corner, and L will still walk through the wall," he said. "But yeah, I'll have 2 blocks watching, unmarked. You got the button?" I touched the small flat of metal under my blouse. The wire nested like a heartbeat. "I got the button." "You don't give them nothing you can't live with," he said, which meant something and everything. He wrote the time on a napkin like reality depended on proof. Who else came in? "A girl," I said, "teenager. Bruise on her collarbone, scab on her knuckle, glitter on her wrist." I said the details like prayers. "Name on the E.B. Tediana G." Purnell's eyes softened, and then hardened again in the space of a breath. "You think she's theirs?" "I think she's someone's," I said. He rubbed the bridge of his nose until it turned pale. "We add her name," he said. "To the big board we're not allowed to call a big board. DJS might have a record. School might have a counselor. Or she might be a shell that never landed in a desk anywhere. You see her again? You keep her? You hear me?" "What does that mean, keep her?" The word felt like an arrest. "It means you hold her long enough for me to get a name I can knock on without a warrant," he said, tired and mean for both of us. "It means sometimes you block a door with your body, and sometimes you unlock one." I watched a couple argue at the counter about the price of a muffin. "Smiley Socks wants to settle it close," I said. "You want me to play along?" "I want you to sell him everything on that list but the last item," he said. "You say you don't do that part. If he pushes, you take his number. If he threatens, you hit the button, and I come in for lashes." He smiled at that, a broken little crescent. "And if he doesn't threaten?" I asked. "If he smiles and leaves, and a van pulls up across the street at 11:30 with 2 girls inside who know how to fold to stay small." He didn't blink. "Then we follow the van," he said. "Tonight, the job is to make them tell us where the house is. We can't knock the tree for 2 rotten apples and let the roots stay fat." I looked at his hands, the skin dark and dry at the knuckles, the ring he didn't wear anymore, leaving a ghost pale line. "You ever get tired of measuring lives like that?" All the time, he said. Then I go home to an empty apartment that smells like bleach, and I remember that tired is a privilege we ask our victims to pretend they own. You in or out, Lena? The name fit and didn't. I folded the umbrella shut like it could make a decision for me. I'm in, I said. I'm here. He nodded once, scribbled a number on the back of a business card, then crossed it out, then wrote another. In case the button doesn't sing, he said, sliding it to me. The squad's radio gets weird in rain. The city's skin is water. On my way back, the rain paused like it was listening. I unlocked the door to my store, flipped the sign back to open, and breathed in the familiar smells of coconut, peppermint, plastic, and iron. The aisles waited. The steel door in the back waited. The lockbox waited like a cousin who'd fallen asleep on your couch and could not be moved without waking the house. Around noon, a man in a blue Orioles cap stared at the display of press-on nails like they could deliver him from something. A mother told her son to stop touching stuff you ain't paying for. I stacked a tower of gel jars and thought of the ways people try to keep edges under control. The way control is always a rumor. At 12:37, Tiana came back. The hood was still up, the backpack still trying to be a life. She stood near the door like she might bolt. You said later, she said. I did, I said. You here with your aunt? She shook her head. She don't come out daytime, she said, and the way she said it told me more than any database. You really hiring? For Saturdays, I said, and after school sometimes. You in school? She lifted a shoulder. Sometimes. You want to try a shift? Today? Couple hours. Help me stock. Cash. I named a number that would feel like dignity and not a bribe. Her eyes flicked to the back again. You got a bathroom? She asked, and this time I nodded. Back there, I said, unlocking the steel with a key that lived in my sleeve. Third door on the right. Don't touch nothing with a wire on it. She smiled, small and real, and slipped past me into the hallway. The steel door rolled back into place behind her like a tongue over teeth. I stood, listening. The rain started up again, this time hard, like the city had decided that if it couldn't be clean, it could at least be wet. Somewhere behind the counter, the 20 from this morning waited for its change. The list lived in a grease apron and a gun shadow. The van we hadn't seen yet waited in a possibility. I breathed out, slow to stop the shake. Smiley Socks would come back. Elle would not call. The button would work, or the card would. Tiana would return from the bathroom as one thing or another decoy, runaway, survivor, all three. And the city would keep watching, the way a witness does when the judge has already left for lunch. The bathroom door clicked once and water ran. The pipes in this building talked to each other like old men at a stoop creaking, complaining, remembering. I pretended to reorganize the register drawer while I counted the seconds. 90 for a girl to breathe. 300 for a girl to change her mind. When Tiana came back out, she'd pulled the hood down. Her hair was gathered in a tight, serious bun, and her face had the washed look of someone who'd stared at herself and didn't like what stared back. She had that age you can't pin with numbers young enough to fall for free, old enough to know gravity's tricks. You hungry? I asked. She blinked, like the question was a trap, and also a miracle. Depends, she said, wary. I got crackers in the back, I said, and those little cheese things that look like coins. Suspicion is a kind of hunger, too. It curled her shoulders a little. But the nod came. Okay, she said. I pulled a pack and slid it across like a peace offering. She sat on the low stool behind the counter, near the tape and the paper bags, stripping the plastic with careful fingers, coin cheese disappearing between lips that were too chapped for any weather. Her backpack leaned against her leg like a tired dog. You ever work shelves? I asked when the pack was half gone. No, she said. I can fold. You can learn both, I said. You want gloves? She shook her head. Ain't scared of no gel. Good, I said, and grabbed a box cutter from the drawer, my hand remembering to keep it slow, obvious, harmless. I cracked open a case of bonnet caps and watched her eyes flick to the blade and away, like a skittish colt clocking a snake. We worked the main aisle together, her on the bottom shelves, me on top moving like people who'd been taught to make their bodies small in public. She handled the products with a quiet reverence, reading labels, aligning logos to face front like magazine smiles. That kind of care is something you can't teach if the world hasn't taught it first. So, you Lena? She asked eventually, just to fill the silence. That's the sign, I said. I run the place. She made a noise that wasn't quite a laugh. You from around here? Far enough, I said. Close enough? Truth in a riddle costume. She caught that and let it sit. My aunt live up on Monroe, she offered. By the corner where they sell bootlegs at the car wash. Good car wash, I said. Bad remotes. That earned a smile, real and sideways. You're right, she said. Then careful. You got kids? Just nephews who come through like hurricanes, I said. Saying anybody's name felt dangerous, like leaving a light on during a stackout. You? She snorted at that, a dull flare of humor. Me? Oh. The word had too much weight for a syllable. My aunt say kids ain't for the cursed. The box in my chest, labeled curiosity, rattled. Not yet, I told it. You open it too early, and you lose the hinge. Around 1, a man in a blazer 2 sizes too sharp for his life came in with a clipboard and a smirk that smelled like cologne and parking tickets. Inspection, he announced to the air, flashing something leather-bound and fast enough to be everything and nothing. City. What department? I asked, already moving the mental pieces, where Tiana stood, where the back door was, how fast I could hit the button. Pernell had an ear for the rhythm of footsteps. I had an ear for the rhythm of lies. Consumer compliance, he said. The words tumbled out like he'd had to practice them in a mirror. New regs on health codes. Checking bathrooms, storage, expired product. On a Monday? I said. Under rain? I smiled. Anything can be a performance if the audience hasn't learned your tells. Compliance don't care about weather, he said, eye sliding past me, measuring the hall to the steel door. He wore a tie the color of a backhanded compliment. Everything about him was almost a fake badge that almost fooled, a jawline that almost convinced, a piece that almost got him past me. I got the paperwork, I said, reaching for under the counter where the button sat waiting, small and warm from my body. Let me go get it. You wait here. Let me see the back, he said, and they almost turned into a no. Bathroom's out, I said. I can get you a copy of the... He stepped to the side, that half-turned thugs use when they don't want to show their whole face to the camera. Tiana's head popped up like a prairie dog's, eyes rabbit-wide. The man clocked her, and something triumphant flickered in his expression. You got staff back there? He asked. Minor staff? That's a permit issue. Volunteer, I said quickly. Too quickly. Trying the job. Then I'll need her guardian present, he said. Let's go talk to her aunt. He said the word aunt with the ease of someone who assumes all our women are aunties and all our kids are wards. A heat like shame and old anger rose in me, the kind you get from 1,000 microcuts. I let the smile lift, wider now, warm as a stovetop. You know what? I said, and hit the button with the pad of my finger. You're right. We should call. What's your supervisor's number? I'll put y'all on the phone. He stopped. People do, when you rephrase their ambition as paperwork. For a second, he toggled between luster and retreat. His eyes went back to Tiana, hungry, calculating. He made a choice and turned, throwing a casual sneer over his shoulder that didn't fit his face. "We'll circle back," he said, and left as fast as a mouse who knows which hole is his. The bell coughed. The rain applauded his exit. "You good?" I asked the space he'd left, then turned to Tiana. She'd backstepped 3 paces, the bonnet in her hands wrinkled by fingers pressed too hard. "He ain't city," she said softly, fear and contempt braiding in her voice. "They send dudes like him to check sometimes. Mostly they check the girls." "Who is they?" I asked, keeping my tone a kitchen whisper. She stared at me like she was measuring the size of a secret against the size of my body. "People know who owe who," she said. "You don't get paid, you pay." I didn't move. The button stayed warm on my chest like a held breath. "You want out?" I asked finally, too big a question for the middle of a Monday. She looked at the window, where a bus slid whined to a stop, where the world offered options that were just other kinds of cages. "Out," she repeated, like it was a word from another language. "Where that at?" 3 ladies with church purses came in, the kind that look like answers to prayers, and sometimes are. They carried the smell of starch and peppermint. One of them, gray hair woven into a neat crown, handed me a stack of photocopied flyers. "You mind if we leave these?" she asked. "Choir fundraiser." I took one. The front had a smiling tenor and a date. Behind it, the copier had bled through something else, a second sheet clipped to the first. I peeled it apart with my thumb. A QR code, fat and black, took up half the paper. Above it, casting call new nightlife promotions. Models wanted. Cash nightly. 18 or look it. No experience. Text star. The code looked like a maze that didn't believe in exits. Tiana saw it and flinched like I'd held up a brand. "Who dropped those?" I asked. "Casual to the antes, casual to the world." "Some girl," said the one with the crown, lips tight. Skinny as a sentence. Left a stack at the bodega, too. "I told Pastor to tell the girls don't scan nothing they ain't prayed over." "Leave too," I said. "I'll put them by the door." I wanted them where the camera could see. I wanted them in the photo log for Pearl to send to whatever nerd scrapes codes for a living. When the church ladies left, the store let out a small breath. A delivery guy showed up with a tote of bulk combs and the kind of smile you give to a job that doesn't pay for the gasoline in your bones. He eyed the cameras, eyed my face, and said, "Y'all got that thing where you sign for stuff but don't pay yet?" "We pay our bills," I said. "Didn't say you didn't," he said quickly, and laughed too loud. "Just asking. Some of the stores y'all know." He left a box and a microaggression. I put both where they belonged, somewhere I could deal with them later, somewhere not too close to my heart. Around 2:30, a kid in a fitted Orioles cap, edged and holding a stack of glossy postcards, and the swagger of somebody who'd watched older boys walk rooms and tried on the steps like a suit. The cards had the same QR code, the same star text, the same gold lettering that promised something nights can't deliver. "Party tonight," he announced, dropping a few on the counter. "Ladies free before 11. Models get a bag." "You a model?" I asked him light. "You giving out bags?" He grinned, showing a chip in a front tooth. "I'm promo. I get a cut." "You trying to make a cut, sis?" Tiana turned away, face shuddered. I flipped one card face down, where a phone number sat like a trap. I memorized it like a prayer. "Looks expensive," I said to the kid, tapping the gold ink. "Who pays?" "The city," he said, and laughed at his own joke. "You coming?" "You cute." I let the smile last the appropriate half-second, then let it die. "Go on, baby," I said. "Leave too. Don't block my door." He slid out, dropping a card in Tiana's path as he went. She didn't step on it. That told me as much as anything. By 3, I'd texted Colonel a photo of the flyer and the number. He replied with a thumbs up that wasn't a mood so much as a status. Seen, logged, loaded into some system that would crawl where my body couldn't. We ate the second pack of coin cheeses together, like communion, and stalked a wall of braiding hair. Tiana's motions slowed as the day dragged, like the backpack was filling with water, only she felt. She kept glancing at the clock, the way people do when someone somewhere told them to be at a corner at a time. If she had a place to report to, it wore her name wrong. "You sure you don't got a phone?" I asked, like it was gossip. "Even one that only calls one person?" She chewed the corner of her lip. "It broke," she said, "last week." Her eyes shifted. "My aunt's boyfriend, he don't like me to have one." "What's his name?" I asked softly. She stared at me like I'd asked if the sky had a surname. "Why?" "Because bosses got names," I said, "and names got edges." Her mouth quirked, impressed and irritated. "Dre," she said finally. "He got other names, but everybody call him Dre." "Dre who?" I asked, but the bell coughed, interrupting like a cough will. A man I recognized by his silhouette alone walked in. Crisp hoodie, impeccable sneakers, a smell of pine and money. Marquis from the barber shop down the block. His shop was the corner's news station and confession booth. He and I had a barter agreement. He sent me customers who needed bonnets. I sent him boys who needed fades. He stepped to the counter and lowered his voice for the intimacy of a favor. "You Lena today?" he asked, which was code for, "Do you have time to step outside your skin?" "Depends who's asking," I said, and something like a smile passed between us. "Girl named Nessa came by my shop," he said. Gray contacts, attitude, looking for her cousin. Said she thinks she's seen her near here. You seen a kid maybe 16 call herself Tiana? She got a scar on her chin from falling out somebody's mama porch when she was little. Nessa got pictures. I felt Tiana go still behind me like a deer in a winter field. "A lot of girls come through," I said carefully. "What's the urgency?" "Nessa say she ain't been home 2 nights," he said. Auntie Kima told her mind her business, which is how I know it's everybody's business. "Nessa thinks Tiana fell in with Dre's people." He said the name and looked at my face to see what moved there. I didn't move anything. "What Dre is that?" I asked, and Marquis smirked a little, appreciative of my performance. "The one who stay changing numbers in cars, but keep that same gold pinky ring like a signature," he said. "He owe 2 barbers and a bartender. You know that kind." I rang up a customer without looking down. "Tell Nessa to come by," I said. "We'll talk." "She outside," he said. "Didn't want to crowd your space." He leaned in half an inch. "She's scared. But she the kind of scared that makes moves. I like her." "Me too," I said, and almost smiled. I stepped to the door and peered through the grate. A girl leaned against Marquis's sandwich board with a kind of defiance you wear when you're auditioning for the role of Fine. Gray contacts, aching, hair too slick for the weather. She was scrolling without looking at the phone, like the phone existed to keep her fingers from making fists. I opened the door. The rain had taken a break again, the sky a tired sheet. "You Nessa?" I asked. She looked me up and down, calculating my capacity. "Who asking?" "Lena," I said. "Come inside." She did, bringing the street with her, the smell of wet sidewalk, the chatter from the bus stop. She saw Tiana over my shoulder and dropped the phone like a bell. "Tea," she said, and the word cracked in the middle. Tiana froze, hand still on a bundle of braiding hair, as if any move might be the wrong move. "You got contacts in," she said, and it came out mean to hide the shake in it. "You got bruises," Nessa shot back. "Same trick, different cover. You ain't answer my texts." My phone broke. "Dre broke it," Nessa said, the name sour in her mouth. A customer shifted, embarrassed at the intimacy of something raw in a retail space. I gestured them down the aisle, toward the nail polish like it was a chapel. "Y'all want to talk in the back," I said, "or you want to keep auditioning for who's the most familiar with pain out here." They both shut their mouths, which is one thing pain understands: privacy. I unlocked the steel again. The hallway smelled like pine sol and secrets. I wedged the door with my foot, kept my body between them and the lockbox, between them and the back exit camera that shouldn't be on, but was just in case. In the little office where the extra boxes lived, I pulled 2 folding chairs and left the door cracked. I took the stool, let them take the chairs. People talk better when they feel like they've taken the seat from someone who might need it. You my cousin, Nessa said to Tiana, gentler now. You family. Family ain't paperwork, Tiana muttered. It's weight. Then let me carry some, Nessa said. Tell me you coming home. Home where Auntie cry when the lights go out and Dre drink the last cold leave in the fridge? Or home where Mrs. Teague asked me why I smell like smoke? Tiana wrapped her arms around herself. They got a gig tonight. It's just promo. I make money, and then. And then what? Nessa asked, eyebrows tearing at the space between them. And then you hand it to Dre so he can keep a car he don't own. It's my choice, Tiana said, but her voice wobbled on the possession. You too young to have only bad choices, Nessa snapped, then softened. I got a couch, T. I got space. Dre don't scare me. Dre don't got to scare you, Tiana said. He pay other people to do that. She reached up and touched the bruise on her collarbone, like it might tell her a story different from the one it knew. I let them burn until the flames got small enough to set a pot on. Listen, I said. I can keep you both in here till the rain gets tired. But at 5, I got to open the door again, and the world will walk in with its appetite. So we make a plan now. Nessa, you got a place that ain't got Dre keys? Auntie Kima got a man who'll tell Dre where you cut your bread. My friend Shari got a basement, Nessa said. She live over by Holland's Market. Her mom don't ask questions, 'cause she too busy asking God. Basements flood in this city, I said. But sometimes they also save. You got a ride? I can call my cousin Jay, she said. He got a Camry with a window, don't roll down. Sounds safer than a man with a badge that don't scan, I said. Tiana, you want to finish this shift? You want to walk out now? Tiana looked at the floor, the scuffed linoleum that had been scrubbed by 3 owners and still smelled like someone else's mop. She lifted her chin like she was trying on bravery. I'll work till 5, she said. Then I go with Nessa, just for tonight. Nessa nodded. A compromise with the pain, a treaty with an enemy that always breaks treaties. I wanted to tell them treaties don't hold when the other side trades in bodies, but you learn how much truth a room can stand. We weren't built for all of it yet. We went back out. The city had decided, briefly, to be dry. Marquis was at the door, pretending to study his phone, but really counting hearts. He lifted his chin at me in the way men do when they don't want to make a woman collect attention she didn't ask for. At 4:30, the phone on the counter rang. The landline, not the cell. The number crawled across the little digital screen in a pattern that meant burner. That meant somebody smart enough not to leave a trail and dumb enough to think landlines are old magic. I picked up. Lena, said Smiley Socks, cheerful like a butcher. You got my stuff? Most of it, I said. Clips, glue, shine. The other line item, I let it hang. A coat on an empty hook. We talked that part face to face, he said. Close at 8, right? 7. I lied. Easier to get my team in place. Easier to pull the door before a crowd could hide a gun. You bring exact change. He laughed. I'll bring what I bring, he said. You have what I asked. The line clicked dead like a mouth. I guessed someone across the street had just seen me take a call and noted how long it lasted. The van you see once in your head and then in life cruised past white, paper tags, antennas shaved down like a haircut. It didn't stop. It didn't need to, not yet. Tiana watched it through the grate. That's them, she said, voice small, fact large. "Not today," Nessa said under her breath, her hand finding Tiana's and squeezing like a promise she was doing her best to keep. At 5, I counted out 40 in cash into Tiana's palm. "First day pay," I said. "End of shift. If you come back Saturday, I give you a smock that's ugly but efficient." She looked like she didn't trust the closeness of money to skin, like it might burn a hole. "Thank you," she said, and the words shaped right this time. "You sure about Shari's basement?" I asked Nessa, quiet. "I'm sure till I can be sure," she said. "Jay's outside." We stepped to the door. Outside, a gold-pinkied hand no face attached held a card against the glass for half a second. Star, gold ink, the universe cheap and loud. Then it vanished. The bell coughed because it wanted to, because it always did, because sometimes a building knows when to be dramatic. I let them out into a city that had just enough light to lie. I watched them hurry to a Camry with a trash bag taped where a window should be. Jay waved, a quick flash of teeth, and they were gone. When I locked the door again, the store felt suddenly too quiet, like a person who has held back tears and finally sits down. I checked the button, checked the card Pernell had given me, checked the bag of edge control like it was evidence at a trial. I texted church friend, 8, smiley socks, van, possible. He sent back, "I see you, 2 cars. Don't be brave when you can be clever." I turned the sign to closed at 6:50, relabeled it with a smiley face for the deception, and stood in a shop full of products designed to hold things in place. Outside, the night shifted its weight. At 7:05, a shape with cheerful socks and a gun in a shadow tapped on my grate like a knuckle on a hymn book. I pushed air out of my lungs and let my body arrange itself into the person I was supposed to be. The city leaned in through the glass to hear what we would say next. The street outside held itself like a breath. Edmondson Avenue had that Monday night hush between dinner and drama, between a last bus and a first bad decision. I slid the grate up halfway, not all the way, because I believed in metaphors that also did work, and opened the glass door. Smiley socks ducked under, bringing damp air and fryer grease, and the meticulous calm of a man who enjoys tests he already wrote. "You early," I said. "Time is a spice," he said, and smiled like the joke was only for him. The apron was the same 1 grease constellations, a faded logo I couldn't quite read, edges singed, the shadow of a weight at the hip. His socks peaked happy at the ankle, yellow faces shining out of a world that didn't deserve them. He tapped the counter with 2 fingers. Inventory. I slid the bag across 3 edge controls, different holes, because girls deserve choice. I tell myself small rebellions matter. 2 lace glues, 6 packs of butterfly clips, a bonus of shine spray, because I am generous when I want a man to think he's got a deal. He sniffed at the products like he could smell profit through plastic. "You work neat," he said. "L like neat. L like paid," I said. "So do I," he chuckled. "You sharp," he said, which men sometimes say when they want to see you dull. "About that other line item," I said lightly. "I don't do procurement. I sell hair." He tilted his head. "Everybody sells something." "I sell hair," I repeated, softer now, the way you tell a child where the curb ends. He let the silence stretch until it hung to the floor. "Then, you got a lot of customers earlier," he said, voice casual as clipping a coupon. Gray-eyed girl, skinny as a pencil. Looked familiar. I let my face be the color of ignorance. "I sell to anybody pays. Truth disguised by reputation." "Ho." He leaned on the counter, close enough for me to count the flecks of dried sauce in his apron. Up close, I could finally read the logo's ghost. Harvest Fry. The O in harbor had been scrubbed off or never there. Something about that bothered my brain like a pebble in a shoe. Where your bathroom? He asked suddenly. Out of order, I said, as if the lie had a sign. You got a lot out of order, he said. He unzipped the outer pocket of his apron and set a fat, rubber-banded stack of 20s down like a pet he wanted me to admire. Down payment, he said. For tonight. You ain't seen your change yet, I said. Exactly, he said. So you hold this, and you hold your tongue, and you keep that bathroom out of order. I looked at the stack and thought about the way money can become a yes, even when all your language says no. I touched the bag of product like it was a talisman. Where are you taking it? I asked, like it didn't matter, but mattered. A party, he said. What you think? He tapped the butterfly clips. Girls like 'em to feel cute while they wait to be picked. The word picked did something low and old to me, like socks on a kitchen floor in a house where a man slammed doors for punctuation. I need an address for the invoice, I said. You want to pick up, or you want delivery next time? He smiled. You think there's a next time? I planned for a next time, I said evenly. That's how I keep a store. He considered, then shrugged. Text, he said. Promo number. They send runners. I kept my body still so my mouth didn't say, I already have your promo number. He slid a card from his pocket and left it face down. Star in gold, same code. He was playing show and tell, like we were in a classroom where the teacher had fallen asleep. You got a name for my book? I asked. I don't put smiley socks in my accounts. He gave me a look that said he wished I would, for the poetry. Kenny, he said finally. K-E-N-N-Y. Write that. Kenny what? I asked. He laughed like I'd asked to hold his kindergarten photo. Kenny who? He corrected and didn't answer. He peered past me, eyes sliding toward the back hallway like a cat catching the movement of a red dot. He took in the steel door, the little laminated employees only sign, the broom leaning against the wall. You got storage back there, he said. Boxes, I said. You got girls back there, he said, testing. If I did, you wouldn't be asking, I said, and we both let the line sit there, heavy and naked. He straightened, counted the stack of 20s, like a priest who knows the congregation, and pushed it my way. We'll pick up the other line after the party, he said. 10-ish. Close early if you like sleep. You look like you like sleep. I like exact change, I said. He slid the product bag toward himself. That's when I moved, clean and small. The way Pernell drilled, I palmed one butterfly clip our kind, bureau issued, twin to the ones in the bag, but with a microtag cradled in its spring like a secret tooth, and dropped it into the sack with a gesture that could have been tiding. It landed soft among its cousins. One tagged clip in a swarm of twins. Find it, and you win a prize. You ain't got a receipt book, Lena? He asked, watching my hands. In the back, I said. But you look like a man who believes in cash over paper. He lifted his chin. You learning? I teach myself, I said. He took the bag. Don't teach yourself wrong, he said. He turned toward the door, then stopped. You seen the inspector? He asked. City man? Plenty of those, I said. Not a real one, he said, and grinned with all the cruelty in his lungs. He attest. He comes by, he look in your back, he look at your girls, he finds you, he leaves. You fail, we stop buying. You pass, we bring the van. We? I asked, not to know, but to see if he'd let more pronouns loose. He chewed the word like gum, then spit it out. We, he repeated, and walked to the door with his happy socks. I watched him duck under the grate, and leaned to lock the deadbolt. Through the bars, I caught the white van half a block down, idling like bad intention. Paper plates, antenna shaved. One headlight new, one cloudy. There was a sticker in the back window I could read now that the rain had moved on. A little fish, The line under it reading Jesus is my co-pilot in flaking letters. Hypocrisy loves irony. They go dancing on Thursdays. I pressed the button against my chest and felt the tiny buzz 2 taps. Signal sent. It's me. Package handed. Micro tag placed. Through the shelves glass, in the reflection of a tower of braid gel jars, a figure appeared in aisle 1 and pretended to be very interested in a bonnet with leopard print. Detective Pernell had the doomsday of a man who could reduce himself to a rumor when he needed. Tonight, he wore a ball cap, a hoodie with a local high school's logo, and an expression so convincingly bored it deserved a union rate. He drifted closer, picked up a pack of satin scrunchies, and murmured without moving his lips, "Got the ping. Tag singing. Car 2 on Linwood, Car 3 on Franklin. You good?" He gave a name, I said, same ventriloquist trick. "Kenny. Apron says Harvest Fry. Or Harbor. Letters missing." "Harbor Fry," Pernell said, real voice from behind the scrunchies, like we were discussing elastic. "Place over by the underpass. They run wings and dice. Somebody got shot there last year. Officer on scene said the fryer oil smelled like a lawsuit." "Van's the fish," I said. "Jesus riding shotgun." He snorted, which in Pernell speak meant careful joy. "We let them swim," he said. "Follow where they feed. You got eyes?" I asked. 2.5, he said. "Rain plays with radio. Ghosts in the wire. Keep the door half closed till I tell you to open it. Inspector man came earlier," I added. He knew to ask for the back. Pernell's jaw ticked. "He'll sends those when he wants to scare the helpers," he said. "He find the weak link and turns it into a chain. You handled it?" "I hit the button," I said. He left rude. "Rude men leave crumbs," he said. "We'll sweep." A shadow fell across the front window, the way a cloud can move across a field and make cows argue. 2 men looked in, not looking in a studied performance of not casing. One wore a beanie and a coat that tried to be expensive. The other had a jaw like a blueprint for violence. They were the type who move furniture for a living, and sometimes it's a person. Pernell met my eye in the reflection and didn't look out. "Go slow," he said. "Open only if they open to you." The one with the blueprint jaw knocked on the grate with the back of his hand. I walked to the door so he wouldn't have time to practice his smile. "We closed," I said through the glass. "Lena?" he asked, soft. "We from the party." He slid a card under the grate with 2 fingers, in the kind of care you use when something's alive. "Star, the fish van's cousins, all swimming the same way. Just grabbing a bag for one of our girls." "We closed," I repeated, and let the words be a wall. "We can pay closed tax," the beanie said. "We heavy on gratitude." "I can be light on favors," I said. "Come back tomorrow." They exchanged a look, the kind men use when deciding whether to move on or make a mess. The jaw nodded to the van. The beanie shrugged. Then a third presence glided into my periphery. A woman, mid-30s maybe, in a red rain jacket with the hood up and eyes that did not do dazed. She had the bearing of a correctional officer or a tired hunt. In another life, she might be both. She touched Beanie's sleeve, whispered something that looked like later, and they left. The red jacket lingered just long enough to meet my gaze through the bars. Her eyes were a beautiful betrayal calm in a storm in calm. She tapped the glass twice with a fingernail and smiled a small but smile, appetite wrapped in politeness. Then she was gone, folding herself into the passenger seat of the white van like a secret. The tag under my butterfly clip sang soft in my mind, even though I couldn't hear it. I pictured the signal jumping from the clip to whatever receiver Pernell's magic nerds kept in the trunk, then bouncing to a laptop that still had last winter's coffee ring on it. The van pulled off slow, like a man backing away from a fight he plans to finish later. Pernell moved to the back, through the little employees' hall, hands in pocket, posture of a man who always forgets where the bobby pins live. He passed the steel door without looking at it and disappeared into the hallway's shadow. The bell coughed for him, a private joke. I exhaled. The stack of 20s sat under the counter like a dare. I thought of how money moves through a city's veins, pushes men into vans, pulls girls out of homes. I thought of Auntie Kima, who didn't come out in daytime, and Dry's pinky ring, and Nessa's contacts that turned her into something girls put on to be believed. I thought of Tiana's bruise, the ways a scar learns to be part of a map. My phone buzzed. Church friend, Van East on Franklin. Past Payson. Tag good? You good? Me, good. Inspector earlier. Female with them. Red jacket. Church friend, red equals Mona. Careful with Mona. Mona. A name like a painting. A face like a knife wrapped in a napkin. I tucked it into the drawer of my mind where I keep danger. I still have to love a little for how well it tells the truth. I turned the closed sign to a sliver, so the next man who wanted to test me would have to squint. I wiped the counter because it's a thing that made my body believe I could make stains change their mind. The lights hummed. The city hummed back. The clock on the wall did that thing where it ticks like something small is trying not to cry. At 8:15, my landline rang again. The number was different. My hand was steady. Lena, a woman's voice said. Soft, southern tilt that Baltimore sometimes wears like a second coat. You left your back door open today. No, ma'am, I said, and looked at the steel door like it might blush. My back door stays shut. She said, amused. You got a habit of closing the wrong doors. You got a habit of calling people after hours, I said. Who's asking? Friend, she said. Friend of L. She let the letter roll around her tongue like candy. Name's Mona. I let the ceiling breathe for me. You in sales? I asked. I'm in events, she said. We're expanding. We like to partner with local businesses. Parties need hair. Hair needs girls. Girls need money. It's ecumenical. Church speak, I said. You a deacon too? On Sundays, she said, and I could hear her smile. On Fridays, I'm collection plate. What can I do for you, Miss Mona? You can be open when I'm thirsty, she said. And you can answer a question. Ask. My hand hovered over the button, even though it was useless across phone lines. That little bird who perched at your counter today, she said, braiding hair in her hands and a lie in her mouth. She yours? I sell to birds, I said. She got family, Mona said, pleasant as peach pie. But family sometimes forgets to keep doors open. We make a better door. Your doors lock from the outside, I said. They lock, she agreed. Sometimes that's safety. A pause, then her voice shifted from silk to cotton. Listen, baby. I know girls like her. I was a girl like her. Men like Dre don't scare me because men like Dre owe me. Bring her to me and I'll keep her working and breathing. My mouth opened and closed like it had been taught to swim in someone else's dream. I don't run girls, I said. I sell hair. You keep saying that, she said, fond like a teacher. You gonna say it the day the lights go out and you need somebody with a generator. She let that sit, a threat dressed as a delivery. I looked at the 6 outlets in my store and imagined them dark. I imagined Tiana's face in that dark, and Nessa's, and the way the city sounds when it knows you can't see it coming. You take care, Mona said finally, voice returning to polite. Because I will. The line clicked, a kiss that wanted to be a slap. I stood there a while, with the receiver in my hand, a prop in a play where the audience had started eating. The bell coughed for nobody. The fluorescents buzzed like bugs that forgot summer. The stack of money stared like a dare. My cell vibrated. Colonel, van stopped twice. First, Harbor Fry, then Row House Kenwood and Pulaski. Tag still. We staging. You lock up slow. Then come to the corner bodega like you craving chips. Don't bring the apron. You and me take a walk. Emmy, red jacket is Mona. She called, wants birds. Pearl, she collects. Careful, we let her ring her own bell. I did what the text told me. I shut the register, slid the rubber-banded 20s into a bank pouch that would go to evidence and then be money again, because money is boring like that. I twisted the sign to closed all the way. I checked the steel door, even though I knew it was locked. I turned off the rows of lights, one by one like lanes closing after bowling. When I stepped out, the street air had that post-rain bite that tastes like pennies. The city worker was gone. The leaves had rearranged themselves without his permission. The bodega buzzed bright. The smell of onions and lottery tickets. Pearl leaned against the freezer that held ice cream no one bought in October, pretending to read the back of a bag of chips like it mattered that much what ingredient came first. We got a house, he said low as I reached him. Kenwood has a back alley. Van backed in. No girls in or out, yet curtains on the window's front camera shows traffic like a mouth with bad teeth. What about Harbor Fry? I asked, because the Harvard letter nagged me like a skipped prayer. Met a kitchen boy who likes to talk when somebody listens like his mama, he said. Kenny runs nights. Calls himself Kenny because his real names don't buy as much respect. Lives on Pulaski above a pawn. He eats wings when he's nervous. He's nervous. He asked about the inspector, I said. You think he's the inspector when he's not delivering? Sometimes he puts on a fake badge and pretends to be a bad idea, Pearl said. Sometimes he's just the delivery. Either way, he's a man with a job he can't do without a woman like Mona, who got a job she can do without any man at all. The bodega's TV spit out an old Ravens game like a lullaby. Behind us, a kid put quarters on the counter like a man placing bets on his children's future. You want me to walk by the house? I asked. Be a girl who forgot her phone and showed up at the wrong door? Not tonight, he said. Tonight you go home and don't answer numbers you can't verify. Tonight we follow the fish and see what pond it feeds. Tomorrow you be brave. Right now you be clever. Sometimes I get tired of clever, I said. Me too, he said. Then I watched the tape of a father telling a judge his daughter ain't a file. And I remember we don't get tired when the people who count on us don't get to sleep. We stood a minute with the noise of the store working around us. The soft beep of a register, a plastic bag sighing, a woman saying, Get your hands off them Takis, Jamal. Your stomach ain't built for that. The city was being itself so convincingly, I wanted to tip it. Word came down about Mona, Pearl said. She used to run a legit promo for a legit club. Club got raided. Her boss caught a case. She learned how to move the same money through new doors. She says she's saving girls because sometimes she lets one go with a meal, and that's how guilt pays tithe. How much does she know about me? I asked. Enough to play polite, he said. Not enough to forget you're the one who didn't open her door. She'll test you again. They all do. Don't fail the wrong test. We left the bodega separately, a ballet of not at the same time. I walked south like I had a bus to catch. A white van ghosted past on a cross street. Not my fish, but a cousin. The sky had remembered stars. I decided to take the long block home and let my feet think. Halfway down the block, a sedan eased into the curb lane in that way cars do when they're about to become sentences. The passenger window slid down. A paper bag leaned out, tipping like a salute. It landed at my feet. By the time I bent, the car had rolled slow, as if it were being obedient to some traffic law written by a coward. Inside the bag, a single butterfly clip, bright and innocent. Red ribbon tied around it like a gift. A note on a small square of receipt paper, the words in fast, neat script. You left this in the bag. We don't like losing things. Under that, a smiley face, not drawn but stamped. Ink bled like cheap wine. I stood with the bag in my hands, and the city's throat humming around me. The tagged clip was still in their sack, my needle in their dress, but somebody had spotted a cousin missing, and wanted me to know how careful their eyes were. I put the bag in the trash can at the corner, because I respect theater, and then I kept walking. Somewhere behind me, Pernell's car idled with the patience of a man who learned patience in front of a judge. Somewhere ahead, a row house with curtains like closed eyes waited to see if we would knock, or if we would let the night tell us a better story about itself. My phone buzzed again. Mona, don't be late when you choose us. I turned the screen face down and put it in my pocket, like one more thing that needed my body's heat to stay alive. Morning crawled in with a headache, the kind that makes city noise feel like someone scraping a chair over your thoughts. I woke on my couch, shoes still on, badge nowhere near the version of me that sleeps. My phone slept under a folded dish towel, like a secret that doesn't like light. When I uncovered it, there were 2 messages. One from Pernell House quiet till 3 m. Van out, tag still chirping in a drawer. Another from an unsaved number. A selfie of Nessa, Cantiana in a basement with paneled walls, and the space heater, both girls trying to smile like they meant it. Nessa wrote, "She snore like a kitten. Tell your cop don't come here. We good. Basement got a lock, and Shari mom don't wake up for nobody but Jesus." I texted back, "Text me after school. Even if you don't go." No reply. The city was awake. The city never truly slept. I showered hot enough to bring my shoulders down from my ears, braided my hair into something that could be pulled into a bun if hands got desperate, and put on Lena like a jacket that fit better every day I wore it. At the store, the bell coughed, and the scent of last night still lived under the coconut and peppermint. I wiped the counter again, for the ritual of it. Before 9:30, Marquis slipped in without the swagger he loans men who need it. He looked like someone who had stayed up listening to the sidewalk. "You hear from the girls?" he asked low. "Saw a picture," I said. "They safe for now. Basement and a space heater." He nodded, relief tight and brief. "Dre been looking mad," he said. He came by my shop to ask if I seen a girl with a scar like a comma on her chin. I told him I cut hair, not paragraphs. "You tell him anything else?" I asked. I told him if he putting hands on girls, he got more to worry about than finding him, he said. He laughed in that way men laugh when they measuring you for temper. He leaned in. He left a card too, same star mess. Said auditions tonight at the old VFW on Pulaski. Word is they calling it a promo meeting, 'cause girls feel safer if there's a microphone and not a back seat. Pulaski. Kenwood wasn't far. Everything lived in a tight orbit here. You could walk your whole ruin in 27 minutes if your shoes didn't mind water. VFW, I repeated. Veterans love a hall. Ghosts love a stage. Looked like somebody painted over bullet holes, he said. You want me to show? You stay away, I said. You got too many kids in your chair who'll miss you if you become a mural. He smiled without pleasure. Copy that. He left with a wave to the camera. The door coughed. A mother came in to yell at her daughter about not losing another scrunchie. The day tried to be day. At 10:30, Pernell texted me an address and a picture of a side alley where the brick looked like scabbed knees. Back alley Kenwood. Delivery today 1 p. You feel lucky? M.E. Define lucky. H.I.M. Lucky equals you walk in with a bag of edge control and walk out with a floor plan. I stared at the photo until the bricks started to look like a puzzle. The alley ran behind a line of row houses, whose backsides all told different stories, 1 yard tidy as a sermon, one full of makeshift furniture and old dreams, one with a blue kiddie pool grown black with leaves that had turned their own water into tea. The Kenwood house had a door, painted a red not found in nature, and a stove vent piped out the second-story window like a smoker blowing through teeth. Red lived there on doors, on nails, on a woman's jacket. My stomach didn't like it. The plan grew like mold. I'd take a courier tote full of product, as if Kenny had sent me with the rest of his down payment order. Pearl would be close 2 blocks, one line, the kind of close that felt far when bad happened. I would knock and say, "Delivery from Harbor Fry," because men who cook vile food for a living often make everything sound like they can eat it. At noon, I taped a handwritten sign on my door. Back in 30, I filled a branded tote cheap canvas with my peach grates printed on it, stuffed it with edge control, a row of butterfly clips, not tagged, because you use that trick once before the magic learns your hand, and 2 cans of holding spray that could knock a small bird out of a tree. I wore jeans, a sweatshirt with a college I never attended, and flats that wouldn't squeak on linoleum. I left my wire off because some doors hear things you don't mean to say. I put the old flip phone Pernal Favors in my back pocket, set to buzz. In my ear, nothing but my pulse and the city's throat clearing. The alley smelled like a sentence that ends before it should. A man with a cigarette and a parka leaned on a fence 3 houses down, performing disinterest with skill. 2 toddlers beat on plastic toys in a yard where a woman folded damp clothes. Somewhere, somebody was frying fish. On Kenwood, everything always smelled like something you thought you wanted until you remembered what it meant. I knocked on the red door. 2 taps like Mona had tapped my glass. It opened in a way that told me the person on the other side had expected to pull, not get pulled. A man filled the doorway, shoulders like a bricklayer by trade and a battering ram by hobby. He looked at my tote, not my face. "Yeah?" "Delivery," I said. "Harbor Fry sent me with the salon bag." I said it with the flat boredom of a girl who'd rather be anywhere else but needs the 40. He took in the edges of me, the flats, the sweatshirt, the tote that had a corner of lace glue, peeking like a slip. "You with Kenny?" he asked. "Kenny said bring it here," I said, because the truth arranged like someone else's lie is still a haircut you recognize. He glanced over his shoulder, then opened the door wider. I stepped into a narrow kitchen where the walls had long ago given up arguing with grease. The stove ahead of me was painted a ridiculous thing to do to a stove red from oven door to knob. A cartoon heart installed in a room that didn't like hearts. Someone had stuck a sticker near the broiler, a red arrow pointing down as if the stove were evidence and someone needed a reminder. My skin pulled tight. Don't stare. People with something to hide watch where your eyes go. "You drop it here," he said, and gestured to a chipped counter next to a stab of cold fluorescent light. A girl no. A young woman with a Fauvist wig and cheap lipstick done too bravely leaned in the doorway to the next room, watching me with a curiosity that felt like a mirror. Behind her, a staircase slid up narrow as a needle. "You need me to count?" I asked, setting the tote down, letting my fingers say working class and bored. "We got counters," he said. He reached into the tote, grabbed a jar, turned it in his hand like he'd learned the motions from a woman he watched get ready. "You come back later and pick up?" "I got other runs," I said. "Kenny pay me to drop." "He say you sign." He stared, then laughed like I'd told a joke about an honest man at a poker table. "What, with a pen?" "Whatever you want," I said. He just liked to think he runs a business. I kept my eyes on the fake marble contact paper peeling off the counter. On the fridge, a magnet in the shape of a crab held a paper with times and names. C830, A10, N1, M4, DM. He saw me not looking at it and slid a palm over the list like he was smoothing a tablecloth. "You thirsty?" he asked, tone shift. "Test number 2. "Always," I said, and reached for one of the cans in my tote as if to say, "This is what I drink spray and hustle." He smirked. The woman in the wig smiled at that. A small sisterhood. He handed me a paper cup of tap water. It tasted like old pipes and a rush job. I swallowed anyway, because sometimes you show willing so nobody brings you something worse. "What they call you?" the woman asked, voice scratched by smoke and boredom. "Lena," I said. "You?" "Candace," she said. "Not Candy. I don't do nicknames unless I picked them." "Copy," I said, and we shared that tiny solidarity the world mistakes for friendship. Above us, a door opened and shut with the intimacy of someone used to quiet. Feet moved. A laugh, quick and wrong. A coil of cheap perfume rolled down the stairs, with something darker under it, like fruit gone sweet too long. The man no name offered, no name asked, shifted his weight to block the stairwell instinctively. He had done that move enough for his body to remember it without instruction. "Lena," he said, trying my name on, seeing if it peeled. "You run a store?" "I run myself," I said. "Store is just a stage." He liked that. "You want extra work?" he asked. "You got eyes. You watch girls we bring. You keep them from doing dumb. You get a cut. I sell hair," I said, "and sometimes not the dumb." "Everybody sells something," he echoed Kenny. The script traveled well. Candace tilted her head. "Who braided you?" she asked. "Your part's clean." "Me," I said. My hands learned before my mouth did. "You ever come by the hall?" she asked, too casual. "They pay better when they think a girl know where she belong." "You mean the VFW?" I asked. "Pulaski?" Her eyes flicked to the man. He didn't flinch. "Tonight," she said, "they got a DJ, and it's all talking, but the talking always becomes something else." "I got a store to close," I said. "Close early," he said. "L likes punctual. L likes punctual. L likes neat. L likes paid. L likes girls who look like invitations." The words stacked like a fence. I let my eyes do a slow loop and land on the red stove with its red arrow, because I was tired of pretending not to see it. "Who paints a stove red?" I asked, conversational. It burned things enough without needing a dress. His grin was a version of a threat. "Helps the boys find where heat live," he said. "You leaving, or you staying for a tour?" "Leaving," I said. "I like my tours with daylight." He chuckled. "Neat," he said, and lifted the tote as if it weighed something other than hair care and a lie. He nodded toward the back another door, another alley, the same bad options. "Go that way," he said. "We don't like people to remember the red door." "Too late," I said, keeping the sass, because sass makes men think you're harmless. "It's on my retinas." Candace looked at me then, the way women do when they are trying to decide whether to hand a girl a rope or cut one. "If you see a girl named Mavis," she said quickly, voice low enough to be a sin, "tell her to stop sending me songs I ain't got time to listen to." "I will," I said, and the man said, "Don't," and smiled. We all played our roles. Outside, the alley was brighter. Light bounced off puddles like coins kids throw at fountains in cities that forgot they had wishes. I breathed. My pocket buzzed once. "Pernod, you good?" M.E. red stove. List on fridge. Names with times. Candace, man guarding stairs, invited to VFW. Him, copy, photo. M.E. not today. Eyes everywhere. H.I.M. VFW's tonight 9. Will be air and walls. You don't go deep. You don't go quiet. M.E. define quiet. Him, the kind of quiet that's permanent. I took the long way back to the store, because men who watch from windows add up patterns. I passed a playground with no swings, just the memory of them. I passed a mural of a boy whose smile had been painted by an artist who'd never seen him frown. I passed a squad car parked like a warning, the officers inside looking at a phone and laughing at something that shouldn't be funny in uniform. At Lena's, the day regulars held court. The aunties were back with updated choir flyers. A tween argued with her mother about a lace front for cheer. A man asked if we sold clippers that could make his beard look like a podcast host's. The world's banal needs are always a mercy. At 2, Nessa texted, "We gone." Dre came by auntie house. He loud. "Shari mom say boys like him ain't welcome, but boys like him think they write the welcome." We going to my cousin Jay cousin house on the east side for a minute. Tiana say she want a hoodie with less ghosts in it. I texted back, "Come by before dark if you can. I got hoodies." I meant it and didn't. Giving out hoodies to girls hiding from bands felt small as pennies in a wishing well. At 4, the door coughed. A cop in uniform stepped in. He took up the whole first 2 feet of the store with his belt and his authority. He was new enough that his shoes still felt like job interview. He flashed his eyes around like a man checking exits and women at the same time. His nameplate said R. Tyler. I filed it with the other names. "You got permits for the back?" He asked, "No hello." "We got what we need," I said. "You want a bonnet?" He smirked, surprised I had a tongue. "Word came down y'all selling out the back," he said. "Off the books." "What word?" I asked, keeping my eyes on his face, not his chest where the camera might or might not be. "Word?" he said, enjoying the quiet power of being the man who doesn't have to show his naff. "You Lena?" "That's the sign," I said. He scanned the shelves as if they might confess. "Watch yourself," he said finally. "Guys out here been running fake inspections and saying they from the city. They not. They'll take your cash and your girls." "My girls," I repeated. He shrugged. "You know." He looked at my hands for the tan line a ring leaves, as if that could tell him something useful about my soul. "You need anything, call the Western," he said. He slid a card across the counter. A real one with a number that would get a bored dispatcher. The card had a handwritten cell on the back. Or me. He turned and left. Through the grate, I watched him stop at the corner to talk to a man in a beanie whose coat tried to be expensive. They laughed at nothing. A particular nothing cops and men like that sometimes laugh at when they trade little favors for big rot. The cop clapped him on the shoulder. The beanie pointed up the street. They parted like roommates. I took the card and wrote in the drawer, "Tyler friendly with promo." Sometimes you can feel the city trying to tell you a joke and not laughing at its own punchline. At 6, I locked up early because the flyer boys had already started buzzing, and I needed room to breathe. I put a hoodie in a paper bag, black, thick, no logo, and wrote Tiana on it, like I was labeling a casserole after a funeral. By 8:30, I was in the bodega again, buying nothing, waiting with intention. Pernell came in like a man who had a wife and a list and had decided to be late for one because of the other. He took a newspaper he would not read and leaned beside me with a gun was roses and poison. "Kenwood's back alley got 2 eyes," he said. "One camera is someone's ring that don't ring when we need it. Other is ours, in a birdhouse some kid painted and forgot." "Birdhouse?" I asked, amused through fear. "You never look at birds," he said. "It's rude to stare at miracles." "Tyler came by," I said. "Uniform. Gave me a number. Warned me about fake inspectors. Laughed with a beanie friend after. Beanie looked like the one from last night. Westerns got decent," he said. "But decent don't mean clean." He rubbed the back of his neck, like thinking hurt. "We keep it in the book. Mona's name is on a watch list that never sleeps. Dre's name is an echo. Kenny's name is petty. Elle's name is a rumor and a crown. What am I?" I asked, not joking. "A woman with a wire she ain't wearing tonight," he said. "A woman who's going to walk into a VFW hall and not be a hero." "Define hero," I said, the joke a coat I needed. "The person who runs into a fire before we figure out the best place to aim the hose," he said. "You don't be that. You be air. You carry smoke out with you." We walked out separately again, towards the VFW hall that had seen dances and wakes and bingo, and now this new version of sewing. The building crouched on Pulaski like a memory from a war that never won. Someone had tried to dress it up with string lights. They looked like teeth. The door had a man with a checklist, bald, tattoos, curling up his neck like vines that didn't care about winter. "Promo night," he said, almost jolly. "You here to talk or listen?" "Depends who's got the mic," I said, giving him a smile I use for men who like to think they found it themselves. Inside, the hall smelled like beer old enough to vote and perfume that wanted to get along with everybody. A riser on one end had a banner, "Stargirls, Money, Future." The words lined up like lies that had met in high school. Mona stood by the riser in her red jacket, hood gown tonight, hair smooth as a verdict. Her eyes found mine and did that nice trick of affection that isn't. She lifted her chin. We were friends in a play whose script changes when the audience coughs. Around the room, girls perched. Some were Nessa's age, some older, some dressed like they were trying not to embarrass a mother, some like they wanted to make God nervous. A DJ spun songs that made pain sound like a good time. Kenny was there, apron replaced by a hoodie that had seen too many dryers. Socks still bright, because men like him love a talisman. On a table near the back, a stack of butterfly clips lay like candy in a bowl. Mine was in some van drawer, singing. Its cousins waited to be air, to be currency, to hold down edges that didn't ask to be tamed. Mona took the mic. Her voice was church and hustler, therapist and thief. "Ladies," she said, and the room made the soft noise a room makes when it's trying on hope. "We got opportunities. We got cab fare. We got security. We got rules. You work with us, you don't get hit. You show up, you get paid. You don't, you don't. Simple." A hand went up. A girl with a hoodie like the one in my bag. "What if my aunt say no?" Mona smiled. "We not dating your aunt," she said, and laughter rolled, grateful to be told to exist. I drifted, listening, logging. I watched a side door open and close men moving through the hinge, counting girls with eyes, girls counting men with math they never wanted to learn. I edged toward the back hallway, where a sign said restroom in letters that had been put up when someone believed rest was a thing. I texted Pernell. Inside, 50+ girls, Mona recruiting. Side hall to offices. Possible back exit. He sent back, we in alley and across street. 2 plainclothes inside by bar. Don't meet their eyes. In the hall, a door with a peeling sticker. Storage. Another door with a new padlock. Office. Light under the office door, shadow moving. Voices, muffled. I bent to tie my shoe, because eavesdropping looks like life when your sneaker is untied. "Kenwood hot now," a man said. Ring caught the van twice. "Lady in 1B, keep looking out the damn blinds." "Then we move," another voice said, soft, controlled. "Mona, you don't stick to a house that coughs." Red goes, blue comes in, red goes. The stove. They were planning to move it, or move the room it warmed. My throat tightened. You can't arrest a house. You can only break a lease. A third voice slid under the door, a ghost of a drawl. "Lal said use the church basement on Frederick for a week," he said. "Pastor don't know nothing but rent." "Pastor knows rent," Mona said dry. "He know plenty. He know tithe too." Footsteps. I straightened too fast and knocked my shoulder against a mop bucket. The metal clanged like a bell summoning a congregation. The hall went Hold's breath quiet. The office door opened. A man stepped out, tall, clean, wearing that mid-level management costume that lets men get away with things. A blazer that fit like it was trying to say, "I belong." Sneakers expensive enough to be stupid. His eyes touched me lightly, like a receipt. "You lost, sweetheart?" he asked. I was looking for the bathroom, I said, and let my face forget its edges. He pointed behind him like a magician. That way, he said. And that office is private. Private always so loud, I said, and slipped past him with my head down. As I passed, I clocked the ring on his pinky thinner than Dra's, same arrogance. Back in the hall, the music swelled. Mona said, "Last call for cab forms," and paper rustled like wings. Near the door, a cop in plainclothes laughed with a beanie by the coat rack. Tyler, out of uniform. He looked younger and more tired and more dangerous. I tucked my hoodie bag closer under my arm like a shield. My phone buzzed with a text from Nessa. "You at that hall? Don't let them see you? Dre outside?" I looked toward the main door, and like a story that refuses to save suspense for later, Dre stepped in. Gold pinky ring like a signature. Eyes done with restraint. He scanned the room like a TSA junt for sins. Pernal's text came on top of Nessa's. "Don't be brave. Be clever." Dre saw me before I decided what either meant. His mouth curved, but didn't show teeth. He lifted 2 fingers in a little wave that promised weather. He started toward me like a man late to his own bad habit. I put my hand on the bathroom door, a move that could be run or fight, and chose a third thing. I pushed it open and stepped inside, where the light flickered, and the tile had stories, and the window by the stall was cracked just enough to fit a small body through. Outside that window, the alley waited with its gutter full of last night. Behind me, the door opened again, and the bathroom filled with the smell of Dre's cologne, a cheap imitation of something good. He said, soft and humid, "You owe me a girl, store lady." My phone buzzed against my palm like a heart in a fist. The window licked cold air across my face. Through the crack, across the alley, a shape moved, dark and steady. A man leant against a dumpster, reading a newspaper he would never turn the page on. His ball cap was a miracle I wasn't supposed to stare at. I smiled at Dre in the mirror. "I sell hair," I said, "and sometimes I cut it." He closed the stall door behind him like a secret. The music swelled, and the hallway outside murmured, and the city made its hum, and the only sound I could hear clearly was the click of something in. Dre's voice that said some doors never open once you choose them. The fluorescent over the sink stuttered like it had stage fright. Dre stood close enough that his voice landed on my cheek before the rest of him did. "You make me look for you," he said, slow. "I don't like looking. I like receiving." "Good to know your love language," I said, and kept my hands visible, open at my sides. I could feel the can of holding spray in my hoodie pocket like a small metal decision. He smiled. The ring flashed at his pinky, gold like a joke. "You thought you was cute sending those girls somewhere I can't knock," he said. "You thought a basement and a cousin equals armor." He leaned his shoulder to the stall partition, casual. "You got a nice store. Would be ashamed to see the glass make a mess." The mirror showed us both, the kind of couple the city never posts in ads. Behind us, the cracked window leaked alley air that smelled like wet cardboard and fryer smoke. Out there, a man in a cap kept reading a newspaper that had forgotten the date. Pernal's patience looked like indifference to amateurs. "I'm not your secretary," I said. "I don't take messages." "You do now," Dre said. He moved quick palm to the wall next to my face, the other hand sliding low as if he could find consent where he kept his cigarettes. "You tell the girl with the comet chin she owes me for 2 nights, Tallahassee rate. You tell her cousin I don't like gray eyes staring at me. You tell your barber friend he cut my nephew crooked, and I'm still holding that." I didn't flinch because my body had learned that flinching feeds men like Dre. I tilted my head like I was trying to catch a lyric. "Tallahassee rate?" I asked, lazy. "You got a menu?" "It's what I decide," he said. "Every city got a price." "And every city got a trash day," I said, and before his brain could cash the check his mouth wrote, I moved. The can came up smooth. I'd practiced this on cardboard in my kitchen, till the neighbors thought I had roaches and a grudge. I pressed the nozzle, and a thin, mean cloud of alcohol and polymer shot into the space between us. Dre jerked back, cussing, hand up, eyes squeezing shut against a hold they couldn't fight. I pivoted into the stall, stepped onto the toilet seat, and pushed at the cracked window with my shoulder. It stuck like it had been waiting to be stubborn. Another spray to the left Dre's curse turned wetter, angrier. I shoved. The sash popped like a knuckle, and the window finally yawned. "Lena," he rasped, half laugh, half animal. "You think that little spray?" "Girls use this to keep flyaways down," I said, climbing onto the sill. "You got a lot of fly." I slid through, hip-scraping paint. Cold air bit my ribs. The alley rose to meet me with its slick concrete and its dumpster perfume. A hand shot out from the shadow and caught my elbow before gravity made a joke of me. Pernell's voice didn't move his mouth. "Left," he said. "Now." We slid along the brick-him in easy shadow, me a rhythm that wanted to be panic and wasn't. Behind us, Dre hit the bathroom door. It burst open, banged the wall like applause. Mona's voice drifted down the hall, unbothered on a mic. "Ladies, we respect our bodies here. We don't let men decide what our knees are for." Out in the alley, another door squeaked delivery. Smoke break, conspiracy. A man in a beanie stepped out, staring at his phone. He glanced up, then down again. Pernell's hand flattened me into the slice of space between a downspout and a sermon of brick. The beanie pissed into a puddle, spit, and went back in. The door cried a little and shut. We kept moving until the alley opened a mouth on the side street. "Cars 2 minutes," Pernell murmured, and gave me his newspaper so I could be a woman reading headlines instead of a woman running. The headline said something about zoning. I wanted to laugh. "Dre saw me," I said into the paper. "He wanted me to be courier. He said glass makes a mess." "He's poetry," Pernell said. "You get anything else?" "Office talk," I said. "Kenwood hot, they moving. Church basement on Frederick for a week. Pastor rented his conscience." "We thought Frederick," he said. "We didn't have the basement." "That's a gift." "Also," I added, breathing less like an idea and more like a mammal now, "a red stove in Kenwood. Painted. Arrow sticker. It's a beacon or a joke?" "It's both," he said. "They mark heat for the new boys. We got the alley camera. We got the tags singing from a drawer. We get one more nail, and we can call a judge without getting put on hold." Footsteps thumped behind us, the alley exhaling a new set of problems. Dre's voice bled into the air. "Find her," loud enough for everyone to understand where gratitude had left the building. A Civic rolled up at the corner, beige, invisible, with one headlight that wanders. Our driver, a woman in a puffer with nails painted the color of gasoline, didn't look at us as we slid in. "Hospital?" she asked Pernell, like we were a married couple with a recurring appointment. "Family court," he said, and she pulled out like she hadn't been born for this. In the back seat, my hands began to shake in the way bodies do when permission finally arrives. I pressed them between my thighs and looked at the smears of holding spray drying on my knuckles. "You okay?" Pernell asked, which was cop for, "Do I need to file more paperwork than I want to?" "I'm upright," I said. He said Tallahassee rate like it was a thing. Means they got a pipeline south, or they borrowed language that traveled north with somebody's child. He nodded, filed it. "We'll have the task force check parallel cases," he said. "Church basements are easier to flip than row houses. Pastor is a door that opens when a pencil talks to him about bylaws." The driver cut into traffic with the grace of a woman who uses turn signals to tell lies. "You know that VFW?" she asked, eyes on the mirror. "My cousin did bingo there in '09. Said the prize was always the same bottle of Hennessy with a dent in it." I prefer my nostalgia in glass, I said. She smiled at that, a small slice of solidarity. We didn't go far. 2 blocks down, Pernell tapped the driver's seat, and we rolled to the curb behind a laundry with 4 broken machines and one that will take your quarters and your faith. You go right, he told me. I go left. We become separate stories. You're going to your store to be seen. Lock up for real this time. And Dre? I asked. Dre is a loud man who just got humbled by a travel-size aerosol, he said. He's going to spend 15 minutes making sure no one saw him tear up. He'll blame a girl for his eye. He'll need to do something dumb to feel like himself again. Don't be the dumb. I stepped out. The air had reheated enough that you could smell garbage from last week. The block had its own ecosystem. 2 boys trading lies on handlebars. A group of girls doing math on a stoop. A man selling socks from a duffel like he was ordained. By the time I got back to Lena's, the door had a new fingerprint in dust. The bell coughed indifferent. I flipped the sign, washed my hands in 2 hot water, and let the mirror tell me what a woman who had climbed out a bathroom window looked like when she pretended she hadn't. The mirror said, capable. The mirror said, keep moving. At 5, Nessa texted. We changed houses. A dude in a red jacket came by Shari's, yelling, landlord inspection. Shari mom prayed him out. We at Jay cousin now. T sleeping in the car between stops so she don't show nobody her chin. Red jacket. My stomach turned. Mona's crew ran red when it wanted to look official. She'd sent inspectors plural. They'd color-coded their sins. M.E. Don't post. Don't answer calls. Bring tea by at 6 if you can. We got a hoodie with fewer ghosts. Nessa. Your cop tail us? Me. He'll tail the sky if you ask nice. At 6:30, they slid in. Tiana had the unsteady gait of a person living in a moving vehicle. I handed her the hoodie and tried to make the act weigh more than it did. She slid it on like a promise and pulled the hood up like a prayer. Dre mad, Nessa said, but she smiled like a small, mean victory tasted good. Word on the block is he got peppered by a product today. Product works as intended, I said. I got you something, Nessa added, surprising herself and me. She pulled a folded paper from her back pocket, a photocopy of a church bulletin. On the back, somebody had scrawled in tidy font, Frederick St. Aim, basement rental weeknights. Contact, Sis Glenda, treasurer. A phone number. How do you? I started. My auntie's Facebook got all the church business, Nessa said. And I been nosy since I learned to walk. Sis, Glenda post everything like it ain't got teeth. Good, I said. You keep being nosy. It's a profession. Tiana spoke then, voice so small the room leaned in. When I was upstairs at the red door, she said, I seen a chair like a barber chair, but it's got straps on it, for arms, like a doctor thing, and a camera. She swallowed. They make videos. They say it's for safety in case a girl lie. But men like proof for stupid things. The room changed shape. My heart did too. Thank you, I said, because you thank people for truths that hurt to hand you. I wrote chair with straps in my head in a font that meant warrant. Nessa squeezed Tiana's hand. We going to my cousin on the east for 2 days, she said. Then my friend Simone say, her mama got a couch with a better wall. You sleep, I said. You don't answer any number that ain't ours. If a man says inspection, ask for his badge. If he shows a badge, call me anyway. We ain't got a phone plan, Nessa said. We got Wi-Fi when Shari Mom pays the neighbor. She laughed without humor. We got a whole city and no minutes. I slid a little burner across the counter. Cheap plastic, numbers big, battery already charged. This one likes to live without plans, I said. You call me. You call Pernell. 1 and 2 on speed dial. If anybody asks, you found it on a bus. You sure? She asked, the kind of sure that recalculates debt. I like to lose things that find the right people, I said. Anyway, you owe me a choir CD for my auntie. They left a little taller, which is all you can ask a day to do. After, I sat in the back and wrote a list that tried to outrun chaos. Chair with straps. Red stove. Mona, inspector. Frederick basement sis. Glenda, Tyler beanie handshake. Kenny, Harbor Fry Pulaski pawn. At 8, I killed the lights, slid the grate, listened to the street. A white van ghosted past paper tags. Fish sticker. My body became a library of stored breath. My phone buzzed. Pernal, judge on deck for Frederick warrant. Need a solid to make basement more than rumor. We got video of Mona leaving VFW with envelopes. We got fish van parking like it owns prayer. We need one more brick. M.E. Sis, Glenda number. Nessa pulled it from a bulletin. I can rent a night? See how deep the pockets are. Him, no hero. Meet me at Frederick in 30. You do church lady. I do book of deeds. Bring your nicest voice and your meanest eyes. I changed into my cardigan that says I am not here to fight and stuck a pen through my bun that says I can still stab. The church on Frederick was a brick with stained glass that had lost some stains, the way pictures fade when nobody pays attention. The basement door had a bell and a polite sign. Ring for entry. I rang. A woman in her 60s opened, face lined the way maps are lined, hair done in a halo of care. Evening, she said. You here for NAR the weight loss? Neither, I said, sweet. I'm Lena. I run a local shop. I'm looking for a space to host. Promotions. A friend said you rent. She looked at my shoes to see if I was serious. We rent for righteous, she said. And the city. What kind of promotions you talking? Hair shows, I said. Influencer nights. Cameras. Light music. I let the word camera land gently. She clucked. I like hair that don't shed, she said. You got a deposit? I got a checkbook, I said. She side-eyed my cardigan and outweighed it. Come see the space, she said. Keys already singing in her hand, like they'd been waiting for this song. The basement smelled like coffee and old carpet. Folding chairs sat in rows like parishioners on break. A back room had a lock that had been changed more recently than the paint. We asked for 20% up front, she said. Lights off by 11, no smoke, no liquor. No liquor? I asked, playing surprise. She sniffed. Unless you anointing. She led me past the back room. I slowed just enough to catch a detail. Scuffs low on the door, as if something had been dragged the height of knees. A red scuff. Paint or polish. A stove says hello in all sorts of rooms. Who had it last? I asked, casual. Promo company, she said. Nice lady named Mona. She do paperwork proper. Pay on time. Clean after. She say she mentoring girls. I like a mentor. She shrugged. People talk. People always talk. I count dollars and I count shares afterward, and if both line up, I say amen. Can I see the back room? I asked, like a woman with opinions about storage. Oh, that's office, she said. Mona's people paid for that lock, said their paperwork needed safety. You know these young folks and their computers. I smiled with all my teeth. I do. I asked a few more questions so my face could be a brochure. I wrote a fake business name on a contact sheet. I handed her a deposit check that would bounce only if the judge did us wrong. As we headed back up, a shadow crossed the basement window. A fish sticker blinked past. The van had found church. At the top of the stairs, another woman entered, tidy as a hymn, carrying a box of paper plates. She nodded to Sis Glenda, then to me. Her earrings were gold. Her smile was missionary. You renting? She asked. The floor loves feet. Thinking about it, I said. What's your name? Deaconess Ruth, she said. I keep keys. She patted her purse. You need something, you text Ms. Mona. She's the boss of youth. We so glad the city cares about our girls. I could feel Pernell across the street on a bench pretending to be a man waiting for a late bus. I could feel a judge's patience being asked to hold on a little longer. I could feel a red stove rolling through my mind toward a back room that had learned to hide strangers. I shook hands and smiled and blessed the space with my best daycare tone. Outside, the evening had gone from purple to cheap navy. The fish sticker idled, driver smoking a cigarette like it was a job. A man in a blazer but sneakers walked past, pinky ring blinking like a cursor. My phone buzzed. Pernell, good girl, we got the brick. Hold till I say. Then we ask God for a key and a warrant, and we knock like the police. Knock like the police, I whispered back to the wind, and Baltimore tired lovely. Mean in just the right places, blew a candy wrapper against my shoe like an amen. By the time I stepped off the church steps, the streetlights had settled into their buzz, and Frederick smelled like wet leaves and offer plates. Pernell waited on the bus bench, across the way, with a folder balanced on his knees like a hymn book. A woman lugged 2 grocery bags past us, the plastic handles biting deep in her fingers. She nodded once at him in the reflexive way people acknowledge a familiar stranger who doesn't make trouble. Deaconess Ruth carries keys, I said quietly. Sis, Glenda loves deposits. Mona rents the back room and pays for a new lock. There's red scuff low on the door, like something heavy got dragged in with a bad attitude. Pernell's mouth did the small thing it does when he wants to smile, but the paperwork in his skull says not yet. Affidavit likes verbs, he said. Dragged is a verb. Also, I added, van with the fish. And Ruth says Mona's boss of youth, like she's the PTA. He opened the folder. Inside, the affidavit draft had boxes to check that pretended to be justice in margins. Too small for the city's whole confession. Judge is at home, he said, pen poised. He's watching a college game and trying to decide if he hates us. We need probable 'cause that don't wobble. Chair upstairs at Kenwood, I said. Straps on arms. Camera. Tiana saw it. She's young but not blind. Corroboration? He asked. Candace. She practically told me the VFW is interviews for the basement. I kept my voice low, even out here. Some streets remember everything you tell them. Pernell wrote faster than men give him credit for. You willing to swear to that, Lena? He asked without looking up. I know what I'm asking. I'll swear to the stove, the arrow, the list on the fridge, the church lady's smile, I said. I'll swear under any god who likes paperwork. He looked up then, the tired kindness rinsed with steel. This could put you on a witness list, he said. We can do CI for some of it, but judges get brave when the narrative has a spine. You think we get a key? I asked back. Or we get come back when nobody's home? We get a knock and announce with a basement door that'll pretend to be deaf, he said. If the red stove is the anchor, they'll be hurrying to move the boat. He closed the folder. You go home. Don't answer numbers with halos unless it's me. Halos? I asked. Church numbers, he said. Mona will call from an usher board before she uses her own voice. I walked toward my block in that half-brisk cop-approved cadence that says I have things to do and none of them include dying. Halfway down Union, my phone vibrated. Nessa, we safe for a sec. Tea eating cereal with no milk. Jay say he heard Dre got sprayed by Salon. LOL. But they're a dude who keeps circling the block on a bike. He got a box on the front, like Uber Eats. I don't trust no deliverance. May, you at East? Nessa, yeah. We keep moving like fruit flies. Tissay tell you she saw a pan of lashes in that back room at VFW like a buffet. May, eyes open. Don't open the door for men who say inspection in fancy words. Nessa, duh. At the corner, A squad car idled with the windows down. Officer R. Tyler leaned out like a neighbor and let his face due concerned. "You good?" he asked. "Heard there was activity near the hall." I put my Lena smile on, the one that shows half molar and no interest. "I sell shampoo," I said. "Shampoo gets slippery," he said. "Watch your step." His card still sat in my drawer under the tape and the stapler. I wondered if Mona had his number too, and what hers was written under community partner or Tuesday. The night didn't sleep long. At 10:53, Pernell texted me a picture that wasn't a picture, just a grainy still of a church basement door at a weird angle. The caption read, "Judge signed, 600. We go in with sunlight. You don't go in. You call Nessa and tell her not to roam." I typed, "Copy. You bring a women's team?" The chair. HIM. Already asked. Victim services on deck. CSI will bring a screwdriver and an apology for being late. He added, "Mona text you?" "Monet. Not yet. But the skies got her voice." I slept in pieces. When morning pried the blinds open, the city wore that false innocence it puts on after a storm. I put coffee in me and a sweater that said manager and taped another paper sign. Closed for inventory on the door with my best neat handwriting. My store smelled like moral calculus and peppermint. I kissed the steel door like it was a child, and I was leaving for a shift. At 527A, the western staging lot looked like a tired parade. 2 unmarked sedans that looked like your cousin's car. 1 van with too much antenna to be about cable. A crime scene truck needing a car wash like penance. A half-dozen plainclothes, 3 uniforms. 1 woman with a braid so tight it made me sit up straighter out of respect. Pernell stood off to the side with a thermos and that face he gets when he's convinced, for an hour, that the system might accidentally work. "You stay 2 blocks, he said when I stepped in the circle, uninvited but not unwelcome. "You don't take a heroic step. If someone starts talking to you with a microphone, you back away." "Who's lead?" I asked. "Sergeant DaCosta," he said, tipping his chin toward the woman with the braid. She checked her watch the way surgeons do. "Dre?" I asked, because names are comfort and danger both. "He slept at somebody else's trouble," Pernell said. "Fish van Pinge Church at 3 a.m. Left at 4. He lowered his voice. "Mona is our problem, not Dre. Dre's a spark. Mona's a wire." "Oh?" I asked, because the letter had become a superstition on my tongue. "Rumor and payroll," he said. "We eat the bread we can chew." The plan had chorus and verse. Uniform knock, announce, key offered if God is kind, hinge forced if God is busy. Victim team goes straight for girls. Siez I goes where dirt thinks it lives forever. Mona is either in the wind or waiting to smile at a camera like a saint. At 6:02, the street outside the church had the color of oatmeal. A bus wheezed like an old dog and went about its life. The fish van wasn't there. A sedan I recognized from the VFW blazer and sneakers rolled, slowly past and didn't stop. Choir practice posters fluttered on a bulletin board, like they knew something was about to go wrong today and wanted to watch. DaCosta stepped up to the basement door with a knock that means lawyer one day and jail the next. "Baltimore police," she called. "Search warrant." Silence has a way of being loud when a whole building collaborates with it. "Sis," Glenda's car was there. Her purse faith might be somewhere counting chairs. A lock scraped. The door opened 2 inches, and a face peered out, the deaconess with the keys, hair wrapped, mouth ready to scold at the hour. Before she could do the scolding, DaCosta's badge filled the crack and the paper followed it. "Ma'am, we have a court order. We'll be respectful. Please step back." Ruth stepped back. "This is a house of God," she said, like an incantation that had worked on other mornings. "Then he can watch," DaCosta said gently, and the team flowed in. I stayed on the sidewalk with a cup of coffee that was now a disguise. Across the street, a man walked an old dog slowly enough that you could write a poem between each step. A boy on a bike looked like he'd been born on a bike. A door 2 houses down opened, and a woman in a robe squinted at the scene, like she'd ordered something and it finally arrived. The basement smelled like coffee gone cold and Fabrés pretending to be repentance. I hovered at the top of the stairwell, careful not to cross the line between witness and stupid. Voices below firm and soft spoke the language of searches. Clear, and photograph before you touch. And you're safe, ma'am. And I know we'll get you a blanket. Back room locked, someone called. New padlock. Ruth, DaCosta said, not unkind. Key, please. Deaconess Ruth fumbled with a massive ring that could have moored a boat. That's Miss Mona's office, she said, voice defensive, scared. She does youth paperwork. We'll respect the papers, DaCosta said. Key. Ruth handed over a small brass lip on a ring full of heroes. The lock turned with a smirk. When the door swung open, the air changed temperature like a lie telling the truth. The room was small, painted the bureaucratic cream that cities buy by the barrel, but the edges told on it. A chair in the center with padded arms and straps, one leather cracked, one new. A tripod in the corner, its lens winking like a complicit eye. A ring light on a stand. A cheap red throw rug where feet had learned to wait. On a folding table, tubs of makeup lived next to wipes and bottled water, and a box of those butterfly clips like candy. The wall had shelves binders labeled with months, a ledger book open mid-column, a money counter with a dust cover tucked back. Photograph everything, DaCosta said, then bag it. On the shelf closest to me, a sticky note in a neat hand read, Frederick, week 2, red to blue. Another said, Tally Tallahassee -2 X-rate. Confirm all. My throat went dry enough to strike a match. 2 girls huddled by the coffee urn, one wrapped in a blanket handed from a victim's kit, the other glancing toward the stairwell, like the door could grow a spine. A social worker I recognized from a different raid. It's a small city for this kind of work knelt in front of them, her voice doing that miracle tone that doesn't ask questions until a body says it can afford them. Pernell met my eyes across the room. He didn't nod. Up close, he doesn't do much with his face when life is happening. But his breathing got a little louder, which is how I know when he's letting himself believe something good is possible. A tech popped the lid off the ring light and pulled out a micro SD card like a thorn from a foot. We got video, he said. We got dates. Another lifted the ledger. We got names. If these are real, she said, we got a choir list of clients. Deaconess Ruth had her hand on her throat, like she was resisting a necklace. I didn't know, she said, voice hollow. I didn't ask. You did both, Pernell said softly, not cruel. And you get to start again now? Sis Glenda appeared at the top of the steps, like she'd been summoned by a guilt she'd labeled budget. What is all this? She asked, but when she saw the chair, the microphone, the light, she didn't ask again. She leaned on the railing and let her body have the choice her mouth wouldn't make. Ms. Mona? I asked Ruth, keeping my voice the color of cardigan. Does she have a schedule? Does she text you? Ruth blinked as if her eyes needed to reset. She do everything by text, she said. She got a nice manner. She bring donuts sometimes and she say, Ruth, you the backbone. A small furious light kindled under the fear. I ain't nobody's backbone for this. You're going to help us, DaCosta said simply. Right now, today? Ruth nodded, quick as knives. Glenda cried once and then wiped her face hard, like she was mad at water. A voice from the back room. Sarge safe. They meant literal a small metal safe under the table. They meant the opposite when we looked at it. Get me a warrant expansion for the safe, DaCosta said without looking up from her notepad. Then, catching my eye, you can step outside, Lena. Please. I obeyed, which is not my hobby. On the sidewalk, the dog walker had stopped pretending and was watching with the focus of a man who'd seen too. Many things happen in churches that didn't concern God. The bearded guy from last night's checklist car cruised by again. He tapped his phone. I imagined texts rippling outward like pond rings. Church is hot. Office open. Chair in the picture. Move, move, move. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. You are so nosy. It's a gift. Let me give you one back. I stared at the screen. The next text came with a little image-alive photo stuttering. In it, Nessa's cousin's Camry sat at a corner I recognized by its nasty mural and its particular trash can. Tiana leaned against the open passenger door, head ducked in the hoodie I gave her. Behind her, a bicycle with the front box glided by Uber Eats sticker peeling. The rider's head turned toward her, like his neck had been told to find her. Then the image texted changed another street, a different angle. The bike again. The caption, "Your girls are pretty terrible at hide and seek. Send them somewhere better. Or I'll collect." Mana had an aesthetic even when she was being a serpent. I swallowed the curse that rose like bile and texted back, "They're nobodies. Consider them tithes unpaid." 3 dots appeared, paused, disappeared, appeared again. Then, "You still pretending you sell hair. Bring me that gray-eyed cousin for a nice talk at noon. Harbor Fry back room. You walk in with her. You walk out without trouble. Or the fish will swim to whatever couch smells like your soft heart." I looked up at Pearl through the open church door. He'd seen the color leave my face enough to read it from across a street. He stepped outside. I showed him my phone. "Mona," he said. "Not a question. She wants you to deliver a girl?" "She's got eyes on their car," I said. "Bike messenger doing laps. If I move them, they'll follow." He rubbed his temple like somebody had put a thumb there and was pressing. "We can pull a decoy. We can move Tiana and Nessa quiet. We can escort you to Harbor Fry like it's just lunch. Or we blow it," I said. "And she moves the rest of the house we haven't found yet." I was shaking, but it didn't read as fear so much as anger that had learned to stand. DaCosta's braid appeared at my shoulder. "What's wrong?" she asked, eyes already flicking to the phone. She read fast, assessing tone before threat. "We hold the church," she said. "We let Harbor Fry run its kitchen while we ghost the back." "You want me to walk in," I said, "with or without a girl?" "Without," DaCosta said. "You don't trade bodies. You trade time." She turned to Pearl. "You get your barber, your bodega, your saints to move that car 2 blocks. You put a squad at every couch within 3 streets. You borrow a child's seat. Make the Camry look like somebody else's problem." Pearl was already dialing, his voice turning into the one you hear when the city decides to grow a few brains. "Marquis," he said when the line clicked, "I need you to bring a man with a toddler to stand next to a Camry in 10 minutes and complain about parking. Yes, I know it's early. Bring crayons." He ended the call and nodded toward me. "You go," he said. "You don't be brave. The minute you feel a conversation turning into a cave, you hit the button." "I don't have the wire," I said. He pulled something from his pocket, a small flat square with adhesive like a Band-Aid. "You do now," he said. "Put it right under your collarbone. Don't sweat too honest." I pressed it on and felt the catch of it like a borrowed heartbeat. I texted Mona, "Harbor Fry at noon. You'll forgive me if I don't bring a child." She replied immediately, "We'll see who raises who." At 11:21, I closed the store again, this time for real. The street wore the afternoons of men who plan crimes at lunch. Harbor Fry sat under the underpass, with its sign missing a letter and a promise. The parking lot was already full of cars that looked like excuses. A gospel station hummed off somebody's phone, even though God had left the chat. Kenny met me at the back, apron back on, socks still giggling at the ankle. "You made it," he said. "L likes punctual." "And invoices," I said, "because a bit's funnier the second time if you can keep breathing." He lifted the flap that half called itself a door, and I stepped into heat and fry oil and the kind of humidity that turns skin into a confession. The back room was small, unlicensed, the paint on the concrete floor telling more than the menu. A table had been pushed up against the wall and covered with a cheap plastic tablecloth with parrots on it. Mona sat behind it like a banker with a parish. Red jacket on the chair, sleeves rolled, smile set. To her right, a clipboard. To her left, a little tin for donations that were really tithes. "You came empty," she said without looking at my hands. "That's rude. Kids don't belong in fryers," I said mildly. "Nothing belongs anywhere," she said. "We assign. Sit." I didn't. I stood with my hands on the chair back like the chair was a client. "Police are at the church," I said. "They found your office." She blinked. The lashes were subtle today, the lipstick more. And they're reading your binders backwards and forwards and learning how to count in your language," I said. "But maybe you like being known." Kenny shifted, eyes going quick. The back door creaked, and for a second I thought I felt a breeze that wasn't oil too. Shapes flanked the outside, like the underpass had sprouted ears. "Let me help you," I said to Mona, and I was shocked to hear the truth in my voice. "Turn this into a deal and a list instead of an elegy. Give me the names of men who buy, not the names of girls you call appointments. Give me L." Mona tilted her head like I'd rolled a marble, and she wanted to watch its path. "You think there is a single L," she said. "That's sweet. There's a dozen L's, and none of them will bleed for me." She reached into a drawer and came out with something small and familiar. A butterfly clip. She set it on the table between us like a dead insect on a napkin. "We found your tooth," she said. "Heard it singing." My throat tightened against my lungs. The tagged one was still in their van, but this cousin had been dead a while. They were letting me know they listen with hands. "I'm not your enemy," I said. "No," she said. "You're an event planner with a savior complex? You want a title? Here's one curator of interrupted transactions." The smile wasn't unkind, but I admire industry. "So here's a counteroffer. You keep selling hair. You stop stealing girls who owe me rent. You tell your cop to go chase fentanyl. You give me barber gossip when Dre's drunk." Kenny's gaze flicked to the door again, the way men's eyes do when a second script is unfolding 3 feet away. The sanitizer bottle by the sink squeaked. The underpass threw a truck's growl over the roof. I put both palms on the plastic parrot. "Or we close the church and the VFW and the fry spot and tell the city the face it thinks is a savior is a woman who paints stoves red," I said, matching her calm with my own. "And when your L's stop taking your calls because your name is on paper, you start bringing me girls because they are too loud for you to hold." "You talk like cops," she said softly. "The problem with cops is they think the tape is the story. The story is what mothers say at 3:00 a.m. The back door yawned a fraction. A silhouette moved, then held. The kitchen boy clanked pans on cue. Mona stood up. Even standing, she seemed seated. Some people do power like that. "You have an hour," she said, "to move those children if you can. After that, I'm a collection plate, and the city will help me pass it. I would hate to be rude, Lena. I prefer unbothered." She tapped the butterfly clip once with a nail and put it back in the drawer with its cousins. When she closed the drawer, the parrot tablecloth moved like a breath. "Tell your pastor friend his basement needs paint," she added, and sat. Kenny walked me out with a smirk that wasn't his. On the wall, a framed picture of a cartoon crab gave thumbs up with claws. Underneath, someone had taped a printed verse. "A soft answer turneth away wrath. Proverbs loves hypocrites. I said without meaning to. Everybody do, Kenny said. He lifted the flap door and let me out into air that didn't love anybody. My phone buzzed before I'd taken 2 steps. Colonel, we got 3 girls and a ledger and a safe. We need Mona. You safe? M.E., for now. She gave me 1 hour, like I'm holding a ball. She knows about the tag. She has ears on our blocks. Bike messenger watching Nessa and T. Him. Marquis says he can put the girls at his ex-wife's aunt's place in Cherry Hill. Not ideal. Better than East. We'll move in 5 with 2 decoys and a tantrum. Hey, Mona wants me to deliver. Noon. I delivered a threat instead. HIM. That's a delivery I can sign for. Get to your store. Keep the door closed. We're going to make the loudest quiet move we can. As I turned the corner under the overpass, a bike with a box hummed by, the rider glancing at me with a single expressionless checkmark for a face. I stared at the box-peeling sticker, straps too tight, and felt the hair on my arms rise. The city's arteries were full of ordinary. The trick was teaching your eyes to tell which capillaries carried poison. Back at Lena's, I put the closed sign back up like a curse against daylight. The bell coughed to nobody. I stood behind my counter and counted out bags like they were options. Behind me, the steel door waited like an answer you hope you never have to use. I texted Nessa, move now. Follow Pernal's guy with the kid. Don't look back. If a bike follows, stop and ask him directions to the post office. He won't know. She replied, too quickly. We a block away. To holding the hoodie strings like a prayer. Tell your God to like us. I looked at the mirror by the register, at the version of me that had once been a child in an office where a man called himself a mentor. I told her, not today. The door coughed. I didn't open it. I waited for the hour to decide whether it would become a fuse. And Baltimore messy, relentless, beautiful in its stubbornness, rubbed its eyes, and got on with living in a city that thinks it's immortal. The hour Mona gave me was a joke with a knife inside it. I watched the second hand on the clock above the lashes do its slow lap, and the city outside pretended to be normal mailman with a limp, a bus sign, a boy dragging a scooter like penance. My phone pulsed. Pearl. Moving. Marquis en route with decoys and tantrum. Stay put. If anyone knocks, you don't know any names, not even your own. I texted back a thumbs up because you don't joke when a man is juggling kids and cars and a city's bad intentions. The bell coughed at 11:43 and I didn't open. A palm pressed to the glass. I saw my grate catch the smear of skin. A face, maybe a woman, maybe a man peered through like a kid at a zoo. Gray hoodie, a cap pulled low, a delivery box strapped to a chest instead of a bike. They didn't knock. They stood for a count of 10, then slid off the glass like a jellyfish. My burner buzzed. Nessa, we moving now. Marquis' cousin got the toddler. He mad about raisins. Is this enough loud? M.E. Perfect. Loud like a parade and boring as laundry. Turn left on Lexington, not Pratt. If someone follows, smile like you're late to a birthday. Nessa, we've been late all our life. Across the street, Officer Tyler's squad car rolled past slow like a thought. He glanced at my sign, eyes flicking to the closed for inventory like he was grading my penmanship. He tapped his phone. A second later, my personal cell lit with unknown. You sure you don't need the Western to post a car by your door? I typed. I sell hair. We don't do parades. He read that as cute or stupid, drove on. At 11:52, the city decided to panic. My phone chorus went off Pernal, then Nessa, then an unknown number with a live photo, too pretty to be anything but a trap. Pernal. Bike made us at Monroe and Edmondson. We switched cars. Mark your door. Nessa. They got a van now, not fish. Another fish, like a koi. Big and ugly and shine. We ducking. Unknown sent a little video. A kid with a paper crown on his head, crying in the crook of his father's neck. Sidewalk behind him that I knew Pratt by the auto parts store. The caption: cute decoy. Keep playing house. I swallowed and typed to Nessa. Switch again. Jay's cousin meet you at the laundromat on Carey. Go inside. Sit by the dryers. People don't watch women fold. Nessa, you sound like my grandmother. M.E., she sound like the truth. I texted Colonel. Laundromat on Carey. Make noise about broken quarters. Hide indignity. H.I.M. Copy. Be advised Tyler asked if you needed coverage. He's curious at the wrong time. M.E. He saw my sign and got chatty. He's got a beanie friend with a hobby. I'm logged. At noon on the dot, my phone flashed a new message with a picture. Harbor Fry's back room. Empty plastic parrot tablecloth. Chair pulled out like a rude invitation. The text: Your hour. Where's my gray-eyed bird? I typed, chirping somewhere you can't reach. The reply came as 3 dots that blinked like a bad heartbeat and then stopped. Quiet is its own conversation. I moved to the back and checked the steel door like checking. It could teach it to be braver. I opened the lockbox enough to see the guns we don't call guns in conversation. A taser disguised my keychain. A whistle that sounds like a scream. A travel-size can of spray I hadn't used yet. The wire pernals stuck to my collarbone felt like a second heartbeat. I told it, don't sing unless I beg. At 12:17, the bell coughed with purpose. I slid to the peephole I'd installed behind a poster that claimed bonnets buy happiness. A woman stood there, shoulders squared, hair wrapped in a serious scarf, clothes plain like truth. She looked like someone's favorite kindergarten teacher on her day off, and also like a war. She tapped the glass twice, soft, the way Mona had tapped the night she introduced herself to my door. I cracked the grate and the door 2 inches. Closed, I said, voice flat as checkout. I'm looking for a girl, she said. T, comma on her chin, my niece. A lot of girls come through, I said, same stale script. Lena, she said, and the sound of my name in her mouth made my body heat with memory. Don't be cute with me. I ain't in the mood. Auntie Kima, I said, because of course she would come in daylight, barefaced, lungs full of threat she thinks is love. We closed for inventory. She pushed against the grate with both hands, hard enough for the metal to complain. You got my baby hiding in strangers' houses? She asked. You got people knocking at Shari's mama door like they rent to? You think I don't know a war when I smell one? I raised a war all by myself. Then don't send a child to fight in it, I said before I could pack the sentence with sugar. She shut her eyes tight like a person containing an ocean. You think I asked Dre to come in my kitchen? She said, voice low and huge. You think I invited him, or he invited himself, like he was a man of God? That girl keep food in my house when my back go out. She fold clothes for me, because the dryer eats my quarters. She told me she want to be a girl, and I didn't know how to keep her one. You going to give her back to me, or you going to make me knock this window out and get arrested on Edmondson like a fool? I tasted the rust of my own impatience and swallowed it. She's safe for now, I said, softer. And if you love her, you're going to love that sentence even if it don't include your address for a minute. She leaned into the gap until I could see the silver in her hair, that she'd stopped dying when the electric bill got rude. They say you with police, she said. They say you going to get everybody killed with your good intentions. They say a lot, I said. Can I ask you a question? When people came to your door and said inspection, who sent them? She unclenched like a hand relaxing. A woman, she said. Pretty, red jacket, spoke like a parable. Said she was from the youth program. Said T could get a stipend. I told her to get off my step. She smiled like I was a joke she liked. Next day, Dre came. That was the stipend. She'd try again. I said, I can put your name on a list that makes people who knock get nervous. You got a list? She asked, skepticism wrapped in need. I got a list, I said, and it wasn't quite a lie. You want a number to call if your niece calls you? And you don't recognize the street, and you feel your heart act crazy? She thought about pride, about debt, about girls. Then she nodded once. Write it big, she said. My glasses broke last winter, and I've been faking that I can see from far. I slid a card through, and she took it with fingers that shook the way love shakes when it's tired. The delivery box person crossed the street behind her, slow, savoring the view. Auntie Kima glanced back, clocked them with a nose for trouble that mothers have, and turned her body like a wall. Make them work for it, she said, and walked away with the kind of dignity that is armor when you can't afford a door. At 12:39, my phone chimed with a fresh panic. Nessa, we at the laundromat. Mark was causing a scene about a broken quarter machine like he rehearsed. Tea folding for strangers. The bike dude came inside and started asking if anybody ordered Thai. He said the name, Lena. He bowled. M.E. Don't react. Ask him what the spice level is. He won't know. Then go to back door. Pernal's woman driver in a puffer will be there with a basket. You take it like it's yours and leave with her like you going to the car for more quarters. Nessa, you sound like a con artist. Me? I sell hair. Same science. While I waited for her 3 dots, another text bloomed Pernal. Tyler just offered extra cars at Cary. I declined. He didn't like that. Be ready for him to happen by. M.E. He knows where to be too well for a man who plays lost. Some men always find the party. The bell coughed again at 12:48, and the delivery person came proper this time. Box still strapped to chest, cap lowered. I didn't open. They held up a phone with a picture of my storefront from last night, my grate half up, my chalkboard sign promising satin pillowcases, my reflection a smear. The text on their screen said, Friendly drop. We looking for Lena. I stared through the peephole and let boredom wear my face. Under the cap, a braid snuck out long, black, neat. A girl. An older teen, maybe. Mona hired girls to find girls because it bruised less for everyone. I hated the efficiency. I called through the door. We closed. Try next life. She stayed, knocked 4 times in a rhythm like a verse. A man strolling by glanced over, did the math, decided the world could solve its own puzzles today, and kept moving. My phone buzzed. Nessa, we out back. Puffer lady sweet, but she don't smile like a mom. That's a compliment. Tea holding the basket like it's a degree. The bike girl looked me dead in the face and said, Tell Lena hi. I didn't. E. Good. Switch to the sedan with the car seat. Don't ask questions. Eat raisins like you mean it. I watched the delivery girl roll away finally, pushing her box like a pity. The hour passed like a stone through a window. It made a sound, and then the room had to learn a new shape. At 1:12, Pernal called, not texted, which meant his hands were full. We got them to Cherry Hill, he said, breath clipped. Aunt's aunt answers the door like she invented locks. Bike didn't follow over the bridge. Mona's texts quiet. That's a loud quiet. Your store good? Delivery girl came, I said. She tried the knock like a hymn. I didn't sing. Tyler? He asked. Drove past twice, I said. Waved with his chin. He looked like a man who would volunteer at a coat drive and keep 1 coat. Keep the sign up, he said. We got 3 more girls from the church, 2 with names we can use, 1 who wants a sandwich and a nap. The safe had prepaid cards and a list of Sunday donors who think their money buys them seats in heaven. Mona's a portfolio manager. We need her before she zeroes out the account. I went to see her at Harbor Fry, I said. She put a butterfly clip on the table, like it had a voice. She knows about the tag. He swore under his breath, the kind of curse you say for the stupidity of luck. We'll still get the van for last night. Today's fish learned to swim. She give you anything else? She gave me an hour, I said. It's broken now. He didn't say you did good. He said, I'm sending a woman from victim to talk to Auntie Kima if she'll let her. Sometimes the mean auntie is a gate you can hang a bell on. Then the noise of his life swallowed him. The afternoon flattened out like a road. I ate crackers without tasting them. I wrote and rewrote the list on the pad by the register. Harbor Fry back room. Mona's clip. Bike girl. Tyler's route. Auntie Kima ragged and steel. Cherry Hill safe for now. At 2:06, the door coughed without anyone touching it. The shadow that filled the front window wasn't a person. It was a van. Not white, red. New tags, not paper. Clean like a lie. It idled. Engine a low purr that set the metal of my grate to low hum. The passenger window slid down. A hand emerged, familiar ring winking like a cheap moon. Dre. He didn't get out. He held up a piece of paper, simple, torn from something small. He let it go. It fluttered against my grate and stuck in the damp. I peeled it off and read, not opening the door, not giving him my face. It said, "You're fun." Underneath, a time and a place. Tonight, 11:45. Kenwood Alley. Red door. The van purred laughter and rolled off like satisfaction. My body wanted to lock every door I owned and stack the bonnet boxes against them like a medieval castle. My mind wrote 2 sentences. If I go, I'm bait. If I don't, someone else is. My phone buzzed one more time unknown with a picture. My store, my grate, my reflection again. But the picture was taken from inside this time, from the back hallway, the steel door behind me in the frame, the slight tilt that said the photographer was shorter than me. The caption, "Your bathroom says out of order, but the back door says otherwise." I turned so fast my neck cracked. The steel door was shut. The hallway was empty, Mop leaning against the wall like a tired witness. The cold slide of being watched crawled up my back like a centipede with patience. "Okay," I said to the empty store, to my wire, to whoever was hearing my heartbeat. "Okay." I texted Pearl. Somebody in my back hall took a picture today or yesterday. Angle says small. Patient inside. Mona just invited me to Kenwood at 11:45. Dre dropped it like a valentine. Pick one fire. He replied in 3 parts, like a man stirring 3 pots. 1. We sweep your store now. 2. You don't go to Kenwood without my face 5 feet from your spine. 3. Mona thinks she invented theater. We can sell more tickets. Outside, the sky went from honest blue to that Baltimore gray that shows up at the first hint of worry. I stood at my counter with my hands on the laminate, like I could read the future in fake marble, and the city faithless, faithful, needy, full-tuned itself for night. They came quiet 2 plainclothes I didn't recognize. ACSI tech in a hoodie, the woman with the braid from the church, and a locksmith with a tool roll that looked like it belonged in a spy movie and a row house basement. Pernell followed last with a paper bag like he'd brought dinner. He lifted it as he passed. "Pretzels," he said. We acted domestic. "Who we fooling?" I asked. "Whoever needs fooling," he said, and locked the grate behind him. The woman with the braid DaCosta gave the store, the kind of look grandmothers give a teenager's room after a party. "Where was the photo taken from?" she asked. "Back hallway," I said. "Angle says hip height. Clean shot of the steel. Access points?" "The CS," I asked, eyes already traveling where a hand could go without being noticed. "Front, back, roof hatch for the heave, if you're a raccoon," I said. Window by the Whigs opens 2 inches, and then a prayer. Raccoons wear caps in this city, DaCosta murmured, then nodded to the tech. Sweep. He worked like a man who'd learned to love small betrayals. He tapped the smoke detector, the thermostat, the little plastic exit sign above the back hall. He unscrewed the plate over the alarm panel and snorted. Real, he said. God bless. He tilted a Whig head, patted the hollow. Empty, he said, then picked one up and gave it that careful shake you give a gift you suspect has a snake inside. A click like a tongue sounded, and he froze. Hold, DaCosta said, and the store held. He set the Whig head on the counter, parted its synthetic hair like a midwife, and revealed a tiny black button kissed into the foam. He slid a fingernail under it and lifted. The adhesive stretched like gum and let go. He showed it to me in his palm, small, cheap, useful. Wi-Fi cam, he said. Short range, piggybacks a network if it's open, otherwise bursts to a nearby hot spot. He sniffed without actually sniffing. This place got free Wi-Fi, Miss Lena? Just for my phone and the card reader, I said. Password's a poem only my nephew remembers. He tilted the cam under a light. See this paint here? He said, pointing at the edge. Somebody handled this with hands that smell like fryer oil and edge control. It's been in here a day or 2. Angle? Pernell asked. The tech took out a little mirror, lined it up, and showed us. In the reflection, the cam saw the steel door, the back hall, a stripe of the register where a hand might reach for the panic button. Basic, he said, but enough. How'd they get it in? I asked, if not by Jesus. Girl with a delivery box, DaCosta said, already walking the store again, mind making notes on wind. Or inspector. Or your favorite aunt when she came to yell. Nobody does surveillance better than desperation, because it doesn't call itself that. Her eyes found the vent above the back hall. Up there's clear. This was placed on the way out with a cough and a bye. 30 seconds. Pull the SD if it's got one, Pernell said. Kill the signal. We don't give them a theater. Already starved, the tech said, sliding the back open with a click, revealing a card no bigger than a fingernail and a battery the size of a quarter. He pocketed the card. We watched their watch. The locksmith moved to the steel door like a suitor. That lock got a story, he said, running a fingertip over the cylinder. Good install. Cheap steel. He felt where the last landlord's paint ran thick. Open? He asked. Dead, I said, and handed him the key anyway out of reflex. He smiled people who solve problems with their hands, love being given a test they don't need, and opened it with a twist. It held. We put a second chain on this, he said. You sleep better when a door remembers it's a door. Pernell's phone buzzed, and he stepped to the aisle with the combs to answer. Yeah, he said. We saw it. Don't touch the van. You hear me? We don't want the van to know it's interesting. He hung up and stared at the glass jars of braid gel, like they might give counsel. Dre's red van was seen 3 blocks over, he said. He did the block, stopped at the corner, dropped a cinnamon roll into a trash can, like a cat leaving a gift, and drove off. Cinnamon roll? I asked. The detail was ridiculous enough to be true. You keep a man sweet while he does ugly, and he'll think he deserves sugar, Pernell said. He's signaling. Or he's trying to get carbs before he makes a choice his brain won't like. DaCosta finished circling like a hawk that respects walls and set her hands on the counter. Kenwood at 11:45, she said, eyes on me. We'll be there. You do not go within 50 feet of a door unless we say. You can be seen in the alley if you need to bait. You don't be touched. He invited me, I said. He'll expect private. He can expect to go to hell, she said pleasantly. I don't run a boy's expectations. I run a team. We'll have plainclothes at both ends, uniform 2 blocks out, tack 1 block over in case somebody forgets their manners. Lights off until they're earned. What about Mona? I asked. She doesn't like to be the only one who knows where the stage is. If Dre called me, Mona wrote the script. Mona will send somebody to the alley with good posture and cheap perfume, Acosta said. She doesn't get her hands dirty with men like Dre unless she needs to wipe a nose. We'll watch for her car. We'll watch for the bike. We'll watch for your cop friend who likes to appear at scenes uninvited. Tyler? I said, and watched Pearl's jaw do a small thing it does when patience is requested. He's bored, Pearl said. Bored cops are dangerous. Bored cops with friends are how informants get names before judges read warrants. We keep him in the book and off the block. As if summoned, my storefront filled with his silhouette, then his knock-knuckles that have knocked too many doors and been answered by too much grief. The grate made it formal. You closed again? He called through, casual. Inventory on a Wednesday? Twice a year, I said, moving to the door but not opening it. Behind me, DeCosta and the tech flattened into aisle shadows. The locksmith became part of the shelf. Pearl put a bonnet on his head and became my cousin. Tyler cocked his head, grin sliding into place like a drawer. You want a unit to sit for a few hours? He asked. I got rookies who need something to not mess up. I like rookies far away from my shampoo, I said. We good. He squinted into the glass, eyes doing that thing where they reflect you back wrong. You see that red van? He asked. Came by earlier. Guy with a gold ring was giggling like a child. Should I be worried for your window? I made my face bored and grateful. A mask we hand to men who want to feel useful. I got a cousin sleeping in the back, who wakes up for thunder, I said. We fine. He nodded, thinking that told him everything. Call if thunder turns into lightning, he said. Western likes to collect storms. He walked off whistling something that might have been a hymn if you didn't listen too close. When he turned the corner, DeCosta let out a breath like a verdict. If he shows at Kenwood without an invitation, she said, I'm going to put him on traffic for the rest of his career. You'll have to beat his sergeant there, Pearl said. Politics loves a camera. My phone buzzed with a number labeled NESSA, new. We across the bridge. Aunt's aunt got plastic on the couch and a kindness that could kill a man if he disrespected. T sleeping like she ain't slept since 2019. Bike girl gone. Thank you. Also, this lady got a freezer full of blue popsicles. She say that's how she keeps children quiet in July. Do we need some for winter? M.E. Take 2. Hide the sticks. I'll call you after 9. Turn off your phone if a number you don't know texts star. She sent a photo back. Tiana curled on a couch under a crocheted blanket that had seen 3 graduations and a funeral. The hoodie pulled up, the comma scar visible at the chin. A TV in the background showed a soap opera where nobody in Baltimore ever looks like they live in Baltimore. Relief folded my lungs in half and then let them go. We ate Pearl's pretzels like stress food at a family party, and the locksmith put a second chain on my steel door that made a sound like a door that liked itself. The tech packed the little camera in a bag like a stolen bay. We'll pull its brief history, he said. See what it saw. If we're lucky, we learned who put it there, because people who do small jobs think small about gloves. Sometimes they think too big about gloves, I said, thinking of Mona's careful hands and Kenny's singed cuticles and a delivery girl's braid. They was gone by 3, as quiet as they'd arrived. I stood in my store alone again, with the buzz of the lights and the squeak of city living in its ducts. I wrote out the new list. Weed Cam, new chain. Dre's Note 1145 Kenwood. Ty Lurk, Mona Theater. Cherry Hill safe. At 5, Auntie Kima texted a photo of a casserole like a flag of surrender. It looked like pasta and determination. The caption, don't get used to courtesy. But she can eat here tomorrow and next. I ain't a villain. I ain't a saint either. M.E. Saints are overrated. Villains are too. We'll pick a third thing. At 7, the The sky pulled its gray on like a hoodie, the kind men wear to be both invisible and described. I closed early, set the timers on the lights like a person with a dog. I braided my hair tighter. I put on a jacket with deep pockets and a wire that felt like a prayer stitched into my collarbone. Pernell texted from a few blocks away. Meet at the bodega 10:30. We do walk by together. You be weather. I be wall. M.E. What's the plan inside the alley? H. I'm funnel. 2 plane at the south mouth. 1 plane north. Unmarked at the lip. Radio dark. If Mona shows, we don't touch unless she touches. If Dre brings 2, they go to a car. If he brings 4, they go to the ground. You stop 15 feet from the red and let us eat the rest. Me. And the red stove? H.I. We squeeze Kenny on the curb till he tells us whose idea paint was. He's a singer. He just needs a mic. I wanted to say good plan like that had ever meant anything on these streets. Instead, I wrote, bring gloves. Mona thinks in fingerprints. At 10:30, the bodega had the same old man stirring a coffee by muscle memory, the same weird smell of bananas and bleach. Pernell took a bag of chips he wouldn't eat, and we watched the block in the reflection of the cooler doors. 2 teenagers flirted by kicking each other's sneakers. A lady argued with a clerk about a scratch-off. Baltimore did its small theater so well you could forget the back alley was building a stage. Your aunt texted me, Pernell said after a minute. I don't have an aunt here, I said. Auntie Kima, he clarified. Victim services woman went by with a casserole voucher and a card. Kima said a lot of things in a short time. One of them was that she didn't understand how a woman with a red jacket could walk God's earth and not be followed by lightning. Maybe tonight, I said. A truck rattled past, backfiring like a bad joke. Pernell nodded toward the door. We go, he said, and we left the bodega's heated womb for night. Kenwood's alley had learned the faces of men in the last 24 hours. It recognized our shapes, but didn't bother to act surprised. The red door glowed with its own arrogance without a bulb. The arrow sticker pointed down like a drunk gospel singer. From the south end, a couple talked too loud about nothing, which is how cops talk when they need to be ignored. From the north, a man leaned against a brick, digging at his cuticle with a key, which is how Pernell's people act when they want to look bored enough to be furniture. Somewhere at the mouth of the alley, a woman smoked like she had been told smoking in alleys is healthy. We were painting a picture of ordinary around a mouth ready to bite. 11:40, Pernell murmured. We give Dre his 5 minutes. When he tries to take a 6th, the door gets religion. Footsteps from the street, more than one pair, not trying to hide. Dre's laugh came first, that cheap cologne of sound. See, I told you she'd show, he said. She liked to think she the mother of our neighborhood. The people with him came in to view the red jacket, opened like a curtain. Kenny in a hoodie with his apron stuffed in a pocket like a talisman. A third man I hadn't met, slim, careful, the kind of careful that keeps men alive and bad. Mona's eyes found mine, held, smiled. She was pleased I respected an invitation. Right on time, she said softly. You and I love a clock. I like knowing when doors open, I said. Doors open when I say, Dre said, lifting his ring hand and tapping the red paint with a finger bone. Ready for inspection, Lena? I look for girls with comet chins. Mona's gaze flicked at him with private irritation, the kind you waste on men you have to keep, because they know how to lift heavy and obey sometimes. We talk, then we go home, she said. We all like sleep. I took my step forward to 15 feet, like a woman who knows where her Holy Ghost ends. The air gathered itself. The alley tightened the way lungs do before a scream. From the north, a shadow peeled off the bricks and became the shape of a person with a purpose. From the south, the couple's argument changed key like a choir finding a bridge. Behind Dre, a whisper of sneakers on concrete, the slim, careful one going nervous. "Lena," Mona said, voice calm enough to drown. "Tell me you're smart enough to stay outside." And in the same breath, just loud enough for my wire, for whatever comets we had hung in the dark, "And tell your friend with the cap to stop making his heart show in his neck." I didn't look at Pearl. I didn't look because I didn't want to learn whether my heart had migrated too. Dre lifted his fist, rapped the red door like a man trying to wake the dead. The door was unlocked. Inside 2 beats, 3 the sound a room makes when it realizes it's about to be crowded. A woman's voice from the stair. "Who is?" And a chair leg scraping, and a thud that didn't belong to furniture. "Now," DaCosta said, somewhere behind my left ear. Voice in the radios that weren't on. Voice in the bones of people who've practiced this enough to make it look like a dance. The alley swallowed uniforms and spit out hands. The red door flew inward like a gasp. Dre pivoted to run. Kenny froze. The slim, careful one reached under his hoodie. Mona didn't move, didn't wobble, didn't do anything but watch the door like she'd written both stories that could happen next, and was waiting to see which script had better lines. I stepped back like a tide leaving a rock to be whatever it is without my permission. The alley filled up with choices. Someone yelled "police" the wrong way as warning. Someone yelled "down" the right way with teeth. And then, because this city loves comedy, in the second before Payne Officer Tyler walked into the north mouth of the alley like he'd been invited to prom. He saw Mona. He saw my face. He saw Dre's hand. He saw the door. He smiled like a kid who knows the chorus. "Well," he said, like a man announcing the weather, "ain't this a fellowship?" The gun came out of the slim, careful one's hoodie like a magician's scarf, and for a second, the whole night tilted on the point of a single trigger. No one had a finger around yet. The moment stretched gun like a question mark. Tyler's grin like a misprint. Mona's stillness, the only true thing in a room that hadn't been a room 5 seconds ago. DaCosta said, "Now again," a whisper that moved bodies. Everything happened then. The slim, careful one later, I would learn his name was Amonpold. Tyler's weapon cleared his holster like it had been waiting. Ammon's muzzle flashed half an inch. Tyler spat first, a flat crack that sounded smaller than movies tell you. Ammon's shoulder went sideways, with a noise like a chair kicked across tile. He stumbled into the red door and left a smear of blood at the arrow's tip like punctuation. His gun clattered. No one screamed. Baltimore doesn't waste oxygen on surprises it saw coming. Dre did what Dre does, turned to run. Kenny did what fear does, locked up and made himself furniture. Mona took a half step, only a half toward the threshold, like a woman arriving to inspect a rental. "Police!" Somebody barked again, the right way this time, and the alley turned into a river that knew which way the water wanted. Plainclothes from the south mouth grabbed Dre's hoodie and dragged him down. He rolled with it, tried to kick free, caught brick with his heel, and cursed like that was the injury he'd tell his friends about. Kenny lifted both hands and said, "Not me, not me," to the sky, because the sky forgives. Tyler advanced on Amon, gun still out, voice gone cop official. "Hands, show me hands." Amon groaned, reaching with his good one. Blood found the mortar and made a map. Tyler's eyes never left Mona. I saw it the flicker you get when recognition shows up early to a party. "Ray," Mona said softly. It was a whisper and a missile. Ray, not officer, not Tyler. Ray like a man, a kitchen name, a number in a phone under a different label. His jaw twitched. He didn't look at her. That's a tell big enough to fit a van through. DaCosta passed me on my left like gravity with a braid. Her shoulder bumped mine, casual as a bus stop, and then she was at the door shouting, "Preacher, go!" And the door stopped being a door and became splinters with memory. The hallway beyond inhaled air, like a lung and exhaled heat. The red stove hissed. It wasn't my imagination. You learn to hear machines when they lie. Something caught at the corner grease or planted silk, the kind of staged ignition that says somebody rehearsed leaving in a hurry. The flame bloomed small and slick, a flower opening fast. "Fire!" someone called from behind me. "No," Acosta snapped without turning. "Smoke, not fire, because control matters. Say the wrong thing, and panic shows up with its family." She pushed past the stove and kicked a pan away that had been waiting to pour. It skittered under a table and clanged like guilt. "Vent," she ordered. A uniform popped the back with his shoulder and dragged a can outside, where concrete eats flames for breakfast. I saw the kitchen through a new lens. This wasn't just a house. It was a stage with trapdoors. The red stove wasn't a joke or a beacon. It was a pivot. The arrow sticker pointed not down, I realized, but to a seam, a square scored in the linoleum at the stove's base. Faint cuts where a man with a box cutter had traced a secret. You don't paint the stove so boys find the heat. You paint it so the crew finds the hatch. "Floor," I said to DaCosta. "Too low to be useful." She was already there, boot on the stove's toe, hands on the edge, testing for give. It didn't lift. It swiveled 2 inches, then 3, like a door that wanted to be a lazy Susan. The seam widened. Below a dark rectangle, a breath of dirt and old water. "A crawl," she said, mostly to herself. "Back to the next house or forward to the street?" She looked at me, and I looked at the alley. "Forward," we said together, because men who run lay their lines toward light. Behind me, Pernell had Kenny face down on concrete with his knee on the apron. Kenny sang, like Pernell promised names not yet, but verbs. "I just drop, and I only cook, and Al says I don't need to know," which is an admission disguised as dedication. Dre swung at a boot and caught a baton. I heard the thud in my teeth. Tyler kept his gun up on Amon and tried not to look at Mona. Failed. Looked at me instead. "You okay?" He asked me like we were neighbors again, like my answer would earn him credit. His voice was too loud, the way a man talks when he needs other men to hear him being brave. "I sell hair," I said. "I'm never okay." Mona stood with her hands visible, palms up, the body language of innocence. "Ray," she said again, not louder, like she was testing whether a name can control a man in front of his coworkers. "This is a lot of noise. People are sleeping." "Ma'am," Tyler said, and the ma'am was a uniform buttoning itself. Back away from the threshold. She took a half step back, eyes on mine, smile built for mercy and murder. "He doesn't like to be told what to do," she said. I wasn't sure who she meant. Maybe all of them. From the hatch, a scuffle, then a sound only a body makes. A knee scraped on rough wood, a boot clicking off a ladder rung or a beam. DaCosta's voice went into its intercom register. "We got movement under," she called. "South unit, eyes on front yards. Any street mouths where a man pops out of a rat hole. North unit, check basement grates. Watch your feet." A rookie stepped wrong and almost planted his boot right into the seam. DaCosta's hand caught his belt and yanked so hard his badge rattled. "Watch your feet," she repeated, lower. The rookie said, "Yes, Sarge," like he'd learned his own weight for the first time. Almond wheezed, blood slicking the alley in a narrow river. Tyler's stance softened just enough to flip a new page in the story. "M's rolling," he said to no one and everyone. "You'll be fine." Almond said something that sounded like my mother, and I suddenly wanted the whole city to be quiet so I could hear it again. Dre, face down, laughed in the concrete. "You think you got the show," he said, muffled. "You got the lobby." "Lobby's where deals are made," Pernell said, and tightened the cuff. From the kitchen, someone yelled, "Clear," and then "Girl," in a different tone. My stomach hit the part of me that always wanted to run. DaCosta disappeared down a hall. I followed to the line I had promised not to cross, and stopped. In a small room off the back, a pantry dressed as a closet dressed as a pantry, a girl crouched with her hands over her ears, like she'd learned that sound is worse than sight. Candace. The lipstick was a little smeared now. The bravado had gone to ground. A ring light lay on its side next to her like a moonshot wrong. "Hey," I said, softer than seems useful in a raid. "You told me not to call you Candy." Her eyes snapped to mine. People love to hear themselves remembered. "Don't," she said. "Still don't." "Copy," I said. "You want to walk out with me, or with a woman whose job is to hunt monsters in daylight?" "Monsters don't stop for daylight," she said, and stood anyway. Her legs wobbled like a baby deer's, all hope and bone. DaCosta was there with a blanket in a pocket I hadn't seen, and I remembered that she is excellent at things no one compliments in a precinct. We shepherded Candace past the red stove and the hatch that breathed dirt. She didn't look down. "They move through there," she said, matter of fact. "To the next house, to the next van." "It's a mouth. You ever use it?" I asked. "When you wanted to leave?" She looked at me the way a person does when a question shows what you think is true about choice. "You asking me if I crawled," she said. "We all crawl sometimes." Back outside, Mona let her eyes linger on Candace like inventory, not concern. "You tired, baby?" she asked, a soft treachery. Candace flinched without meaning to. Mona saw it. Mona always sees it. She smiled smaller and looked at me. "You take good notes," she said. "Almost makes me proud." "Makes me dangerous," I said. "Everyone's dangerous," she said. "You just picked a side that doesn't tip as often." Tyler's radio crackled, the first honest noise it had made. "Unit 12, a voice said. "We need you on Pratt Domestic." He didn't answer, eyes on DaCosta now. He wanted to be part of the win. He wanted to own a corner of the story. DaCosta didn't even turn. "Go," she said. "You're in my scene. If I see you before you're called, I'll put you on parade duty outside a liquor board hearing." He bristled, then remembered how careers die in inches. "Yes, Sarge," he said. He holstered, made a show of checking Ammon's pulse with 2 fingers like the training video told him, then backed away, slow, past Mona, past me. As he slid into the north mouth, Mona said, "Ray," again, not a plea, not a command, just a note. He didn't look, but his jaw told on him. Mona saw. She filed it, moved on. "Down the hole," someone shouted from inside. 2 moving. Hear them between the joists. "South unit," DaCosta called. "Street eyes," another beat. Then from the end of the block, a clatter metal on cement and a garbage can toppled. A man's shape shot out from under a porch and darted toward the fence. The South plainclothes couple who'd been arguing stopped arguing and stopped him. When the TAC team moved, the alley moved with them. Sound and bodies thudded, and the fence complained about being part of this city. They hauled up a boy, God help me, not a man maybe 17, with eyes that had newly learned the translation of consequences. After him, another body turned around and went back down like a groundhog who saw a forecast. The crawl would spit him out somewhere else. We'd chase that tomorrow, or the day after. The city loves series. Kenny whined, "I just cook," again, which will be written on somebody's headstone. "Who paints stoves red?" I asked him. Whose idea was that? He blinked through fryer oil eyelashes. "Mona," he said before he could stop being himself. "Don't," Mona murmured, not mean, not loud. "Don't lie on me when I'm standing here being better than you. You paid the boys from the pawn." He said, mouth moving faster than the part of his brain that prays. "You said it was branding. You said red for go." She sighed, dramatic. "Men," she said to no one. "You let them remember one thing and they forget which hand fed them." Pernell looked at me over Kenny's shoulder with the face of a man who had just found a loose nail he can finally use to fix a porch. Branding, he said. On a warrant. That's organized. I like organized. Where's Elle? I asked Mona, because I was tired of rumors getting to speak at my life. Everywhere, she said, pleasant. In your chain, in your kitchen, at your bank. Elle is the thing that keeps men like Dre convinced they're important. Elle is the pastor's new roof. Elle is the reason your friend the barber gets to keep his lease. She tilted her head. You think you strip me and the city will be naked? That's adorable. DaCosta's voice cut through. Crawl clear as we're going to get, she said. We sealed what we can with polite words and an officer who owes us 30 favors. CSI on stove, on sticker, on blood. Victims out. Perps cuffed. The rest we get from paper and good shoes. My phone buzzed. Nessa, we can hear helicopters from Cherry Hill like it's a movie. T asked if they looking for her. I said they looking for the men. She said, what men? I said, exactly. M.E. Eat the blue popsicle. Brush your teeth after. Sleep. She sent a picture of 2 blue tongues and a thumbs up. I tucked it into the part of me that needed proof this day contained something tender. As the alley began to remember how to be just brick and grease again, Mona angled toward the shadows, the way queens move nobody, touching them without losing a hand. A female officer stepped into her path. You staying, she said conversationally, or you running your mouth later at a lawyer. I'm going home, Mona said. You have my texts. You have my church. You have my donors. You have my stove. You don't have me. You're part of it, the officer said. I'm part of everything, Mona said, and smiled in a way that told you she believed it even if she didn't know how deep the math went. Ray, walk me? Tyler was gone. He'd taken his need with him. Don't, I said to Mona, because I wanted at least one honest thing between us. Don't call him like that in front of people who write reports. Reports get filed, she said. Then they get forgotten. People don't. People owe. She paused. You do too, you know. I owe girls, I said. The rest of y'all can invoice me. She laughed, delighted. You're fun, she said. The same phrase Dre wrote on paper, but sweeter, which made it worse. Then she melted into the mouth of the alley, where night swallows too easily, and became one more piece of red I tried to keep my eyes on and failed. DaCosta watched her go with a look I hoped the judge would one day see. We'll roll her when the paper's ready, she said. She's not the place you start. She's the place you get to when you've run out of patience. Tyler, Pernell said to DaCosta under his breath, is a problem, she finished, but not the one we can solve tonight. They loaded Dre, cussing, into a car that looked like a cousin's and smelled like bad decisions. Kenny cried, apron string hanging sad and wet. Almond went on a gurney, eyes open, lips moving prayers that had numbers in them. Under the stove, the crawl breathed its old breath. I stared at the seam until the whole floor felt like an untrustworthy mouth. You did good, Pernell said finally, which he hates to say because it sounds like belief. I didn't get anybody killed, I said. Not today. He put a hand on my shoulder, brief. His palm was warmer than I expected. That counts, he said. A lot. We walked back toward the bodega, like a couple would, talking about nothing, because the something had to cool. Behind us, the alley tried to forget us. In front of us, a city block thought about which jokes to tell at breakfast. At the corner, a bike girl leaned against a post, box removed, braid tucked under a beanie, now like a new job. She watched us with an expression that said she'd learned more tonight paying attention than she had in any civics class. She didn't smile. She didn't frown. She tipped 2 fingers at me in a little salute, respect, or warning. I couldn't tell. Then she pushed off and went, noiseless, the way girls learn to do when the world teaches them to be wind. At home, under a lamp that made the room look kinder than it is, I wrote the new list, hatch under stove. Almond shoulder, Ray, Mona's branding, DaCosta braid and blanket. Dre's paper 1145, Kenny sings. Wig Cam, Camry safe. Bike girl watches. When I finally stopped, it was because my hand got tired, not my mind. The city hummed like a refrigerator in the quiet after guests leave. My phone on the table face down warmed the wood and buzzed once. I flipped it, a text from an unknown that was not unknown. You have one more door to open, Miss Lena. Don't be late to yourself. The lamp made a circle of light around the words. Outside, a siren passed, but didn't stop. I sat with the text in my lap and the list on my table and told myself, 10 more minutes, then sleep. The 10 stretched, and the night, like a red door with a seam, promised a hallway I hadn't counted yet. Morning showed up with that Baltimore headache light again, the kind that turns every window into a confession. I made coffee strong enough to bite back and stared at Mona's last text like it was a riddle printed on a stop sign. One more door to open. Don't be late to yourself. I went to the store early, put the key in like you apologized to a lock you woke too soon, and checked the new chain the locksmith had given me. It slid sure, proud of itself. The wig head that had been our spy sat bald and harmless. I hid it in the back like a trophy I didn't know how to display. Pernell texted at 7:12. Safe cracked, ledger dumb and gold. Come read bones. I killed the lights, left the bell to cough at ghosts, and walked to the Western the way people walk to hospitals brisk, pretending they don't know their body's language yet. The bullpen smelled like old coffee and burned plans. DaCosta had carved a corner out of chaos. Whiteboard, banker's boxes, grumpy printer. She handed me a pair of nitrile gloves with a look that said we are not ruining the day for a fingerprint. You're here to translate, she said. This is church dialect and hustler shorthand. On the table, the ledger lay open like a large mouth, columns neat in a hand that liked order. Date, room, girl, tip, donor, security, misc. Next to it, a stack of deposit slips Frederick St. Aim Youth Fund, checks with names that dressed nice on Sundays. The safe had given up other things too. 3 prepaid visas loaded sloppy, a ring of keys with tags labeled like a Bible index Kenwood Red, Pulaski VF, W, Fryback, Closet, a flash drive in a plastic bag with a sticky note, Star Archive. Pernell tapped a page. Look here, he said. In security, the name Ray T appeared 3 times in a tidy block print that looked like the same hand, who balanced the whole book. Small amounts, unremarkable to anyone who doesn't know how cheap loyalty gets bought. $120, $200, $80. Next to one, parentheses, overtime, hall parking. Another, after escort. Heat pricked my scalp. Ray, I said. Tyler. Tyler, DaCosta confirmed. Face the color you get right before you decide whether to ruin a man's week or his career. Could be a frame. Could be a favor he thinks is a donation jar. Could be a man who likes to think he's too smart for bad to stick. He knew Mona by Ray, I said. She flavored his name last night like it belonged in her mouth. We got IAD looped in, Pernell said, tapping his thermos without drinking. Slow, quiet. If we spook him, he starts cleaning, and men like him clean by bleeding other people's names. What about L? I asked, flipping the ledger slower than I wanted. DaCosta pointed to donor entries that repeated. Lambert Logistics, LLC, Little Lantern Events, Launterprises Holdings. Shells, she said. All L's, we put the feds on the corporate stack. Half will fold, half will move. We'll catch one we can bite. On the flash drive, the archive opened to slugs of dates, each with minutes like beads. The tech plugged in a read-only thing like a condom for computers. The first clip they dared to show was just a room. the ring light's unkind truth, the chair with straps empty, a hand entering frame to adjust a tripod man's hand, a thin gold pinky ring not Dre's thickness, a manicure too careful for fryer oil. A voice off camera said, "Red means go." Kenny's voice, or Kenny quoting. We didn't watch more. The tech put the drive back in its bag with a breath that said he needed to wash something he couldn't reach. "You asked me to translate," I said, more to the room than to them. I tilted the ledger, reading the tiny edits. A line crossed once, rewritten cleaner. Girl, Candace, not Candy. Misk, gray eyes and no-show. Tip, COO case in roll. We looked up at that together, the cinnamon roll coming back like a bad chorus. "Don't tell me a pastry is about to be probable cause," Pernell muttered. "It's a ritual," I said. Men like Dre love rituals because it makes ugly feel like a schedule. I ran my finger down dates. "Here," I said. "This entry Lena watch." The letters were smaller, tucked in MISC, like they belonged to the price of plates. It was dated yesterday. Next to it, Bike Girl, Mona. Okay. My stomach turned. I took a breath that met a wall in my ribs. "They logged me," I said. "They logged the girl. They log everything," DaCosta said, not consoling, only honest. "Paper is pride for people who think they invented a system." "At the bottom," the tech said, pointing. "The last line? DOO Lenneback." Pernell caught my eye. "One more door," he said softly, remembering the text he hadn't seen. "She likes to narrate." "What door?" DaCosta asked, pen poised. "My house," I said before I knew it. "Or myself." The word myself tasted like a cellar. My burner throbbed. Nessa. Aunt Ann says if police girl with braid wants to come bless the kitchen, she can. She made tea. Also some woman in a red jacket stood across the street for 10 minutes and left when the mailman waved. You making enemies of the lonely. Me. Keep curtains closed. Take a nap like it's a job. She sent a picture of 2 feet under a crocheted blanket again. T's big toe had chipped polish the color of bubble gum. I wanted to cry and didn't. "Okay," DaCosta said. "Next moves. We sit on Tyler. We hand Mona to paper and let her think she's untouchable until she trips. We put the L's on ICE's desk and watch them pretend not to know how to spell money laundering for 4 days. You," she looked at me, "you go nowhere alone and you keep your store dull. No hero errands. If Mona texts, you set your phone down like a hot pan and call us." I nodded. "She told me I have a door to open," I said. "That's either a threat or a gift. She doesn't give gifts. Sometimes enemies hand you a mirror and call it a door," DaCosta said. "You don't have to walk through every reflection." "I walked through windows last night," I said, trying to smile. "I'm adaptable." "Don't adapt to stupid," she said. On my way out, a young uniform at the desk eyelashes too nice for the day stopped me. "You, Ms. Lena?" she asked, whisper light like we were in church. "That's the sign," I said. She slid a small evidence bag across the counter with a kindness that felt older than her. Inside, a church key, the old kind, heavy, black iron shaped like a cross. A tag wired to it, Fred B. Siegel 17. "From the safe," she said. "Sarge said you got better memory for doors than some of our men. Does 17 mean anything?" "Locker numbers," I said. "Storage, or a pew, or a wine cooler, or a part of the choir I don't sit in." "You okay?" she asked, simple, no badge in the question. "I sell hair," I said. "Ask me at closing." Back at the shop, the bell coughed for a woman who needed bobby pins. The city tried on midday. I stared at the church key bag and heard Mona's text again. One more door. "Don't be late to yourself." I put the key in the drawer with the rubber bands and the bank pouch. It made the drawer heavier than it should. The afternoon did its quiet menace, The kind where nothing happens, so your brain invents what might. Auntie Kima called to ask if Tiana liked tuna or chicken, and I wanted to light a candle for chicken. Marquis came in to buy beard oil and left a slip of paper on the counter with a storage address written like a dare. Lexington Self-Storage, lower row L. Cousin Jay's boy works there, he said when I looked up. He say he seen a lady in a red jacket once a month, and a man with a blazer that looked like it trying to impress somebody. Unit has a church key lock. He didn't touch it. He not stupid. He wrote the row for me on the back of his hand and took a shower so it'd wash off. Everybody in this city is complicit in a good way, I said. We been practicing, he said. You want me to walk you? You say the word. I'll be loud if I'm dumb, I said. At 4:15, my phone rang with a number I knew and didn't church friend, which is how I label bureau calls when we pretend to be cautious. Don't go alone, Colonel said without hello. I saw the storage note in the ledger. L17 is a locker. We can get a warrant by morning. We'll sit on it till then. By morning it will be empty, I said, hearing my boldness rise like fever. By tonight you could be, he snapped, then softened. Don't make me good at apologies. I won't go in, I said. Walk by. I'll be your camera with lungs. Don't even be that, he said. Let me send a boy with a hoodie. I heard him flip papers. Fine. If you move with me. 30 minutes. I'm stealing a car, unallowed to steal. I left the closed for inventory sign, because lying felt like safety now. The sky did that thing where it goes gray at 4, like it's bored. Lexington Self-Storage sat squat under an overpass next door to a tire place and across from a check-cashing spot that never sleeps. The front office had a woman behind plexi with nails like opinions. We didn't go in. We skirted the fence where Ivy had learned to eat chain-linked and watched through spaces like kids peeking at neighbors. The lower level had rows A, through L painted in a fading municipal blue. Row L had a door with a church key plate because some city contractor got a deal and a sense of humor. I counted down the doors with my mouth closed. L15, L16, L17. The padlock on it was old, black, blessed with neglect. A man in a blazer-knot suit rolled a dolly by eyes on his phone, sneakers too clean. Blazer and sneakers from the VFW office door, same walk. He didn't stop at L17. He continued to L21, opened with a code on a shiny new lock, peeked in, peeked out, rolled on. A woman came from the other direction, wearing a red jacket that made the gray look cheap. Mona. She didn't go to L17 either. She stopped 2 units down from it, glanced at the security dome mounted like a bored moon, and smiled right into it. She's giving us theater, I said. She loves a camera. She's telling us this ain't where the body is, Colonel said. Which might mean L17 is where the body is. We sat in the car doing the thing we do when we pretend patience is a skill talk about nothing. He pointed out a mural I hadn't noticed, a woman blessing a child with a loaf of bread. I told him Auntie Kima texted pictures of casseroles like battle flags. He told me his ex-wife had liked a church once, and then had liked a bottle more. I told him I used to be a girl with a chain on a chair. We didn't say which braver truth we were protecting. Okay, he said finally, reading the lights changed the way you read a man's eyes. We have enough to sit until morning. We throw a net at 6. You go home. You check your locks. You feed yourself something that ain't crackers from a kit. I looked at L17 like a math problem that wanted me to cheat. One more door, I said, and Mona's text echoed wrong in my mouth. Don't make it tonight, he said. Back at the store, the dusk painted the peach grates, the color of old fruit. The bell coughed, and I jumped like a rookie. Nessa and Tiana came in together, smelling like bus air and victory. Tiana's hoodie hood was up even inside. Her eyes looked bigger for it. Nessa grabbed a bonnet and pretended to try it on in the security camera's blind spot where it had never really been blind. Aunt's aunt made rice with hot dogs, Nessa said. She says she invented it in '87, and the world hasn't improved on it since. She's right, I said. You both good? Tiana reached in her pocket, pulled out a small folded paper, and slid it to me like contraband. Inside, a photo ripped from a flyer, creased, stained. A girl 10 years older than Tiana stared out, smile like a brave thing someone made do too much work. On the back, in the tidy church font, Mona's World likes, a name, Mariel Evede Torn, a number with 4 digits left at the end. I found it in the pantry by the closet at Kenwood when I hid, Tiana said. I took it, 'cause her face. She touched the comma on her chin. She looked like she could be my cousin if my grandma had moved to Florida. Mona's girls, Nessa said. Her youth. I turned the photo, pressed the edges flat with my thumb. A strange memory twitched hospital light, a wristband from a state I don't claim, a counselor who smelled like lilacs and a loud copier, a stack of missing girl flyers on a table where I learned to spell my own name like it mattered. Mary Allah, I didn't know her, but I knew the language a picture speaks when it's been asked to find a future it never got. Thank you, I said. This matters. We seen a cop today, Tiana said, eyes darting to the window then back. Not your friend, the other one. He stood across from Cherry Hill and pretended his radio was the sun. He waved at us like we was tourists. Tyler, Nessa said flat. Ray. I filed the name with a black marker in my mind. He's busy elsewhere tonight, I said. He's going to wish he had been busier somewhere else. They bought nothing because money wasn't the point. I gave them a bag with hair grease and socks because dignity is currency. When they left, night had finished deciding to be night. I shut the register, listened to the steel door breathe, and let the city hum under me like a fridge trying to keep milk good against all odds. At 10:03, my phone lit. Unknown name. Sleep tight, Miss Lena. I like your locks. Don't be late to yourself. I stared at the steel. The new chain sat like virtue. The seam where the wig camera had been glinted, bare now. I turned off one row of lights, left one row on enough to say, occupied, not enough to say, welcome. I put my hand on the steel, like a believer puts a hand on a pew. Then I heard it faint, familiar, a cough that wasn't my bell, a couple of rooms down. The sound of a door, pretending to be polite. The side storefront vacant, a for-lease sign bleached to a ghost, had a rear corridor that mirrored mine. We share a wall that breathes. Another sound followed soft, rubber on tile, the whisper a sneaker makes when it wants to be a sock. I reached under the counter and touched the second spray can, the taser keychain. The phone the wire stuck to my chest flickered like a heartbeat trying not to show off. Colonel, I whispered, tasting air. Somebody's in my hallway's twin. His answer came quicker than fear. I'm 2 blocks, he said. Don't open any door that isn't me. The sneaker whisper paused. The steel door didn't move. But the eye of the back lock, the old one we hadn't replaced, because you don't know what parts of your life you need until you need them clicked. Once, like a throat clearing. One more door to open, Mona had said. I had thought she meant a storage unit or a truth. She might have meant this wall between my life and what I did for a living, the line that thinks it's brick, until a knife of a key shows up. I stood with my palms flat on the counter, counting my breaths like change, and told myself, don't be late. Not to them. Not to yourself. Not to the next part, which had decided to begin in a hallway I shared with a vacancy, and a history I'm still not done paying for. The old lock ticked like a throat clearing again, a sound too polite for what it wanted. The vacant unit's corridor sighed, and something small metal on metal touched the shared wall where my steel door sat proud with a new chain. I slid the taser into my palm, the spray into the other, and let my voice go low enough to be a rumor. We closed. Silence. Then a whisper that wasn't air. A rubber sole turning in place. My wire button warmed against my collarbone pernal, breathing in my ear space, even if I couldn't hear him yet. I backed to the steel. The old deadbolt on my side was steady. The new chain had that little chime a chain has when it's cocky. Still behind the drywall, behind sheet metal and someone else's idea of security. Another lock answered with a soft click. I stared at the knob like I could will meddle into matters. Don't, I said to the door. I said it to myself. The knob turned a quarter inch, then stopped under the chain's stubbornness. A sliver of hallway leaked cold dust, the ghost of pine saw from a mop that hadn't seen soap in years. A fingertip slid through the gap by the hinge-gloved. Black nitrile squeezed thin over knuckles and tapped the chain like a cat testing a screen. Baby, a man's voice murmured through the crack, mild as bad weather. Open up. Inspection. My laugh came out short and wrong. Y'all got a union for these? I asked. I'm paid up. Open, he said, and the word lost its patience. A second set of fingertips appeared pale, with a scar across the first knuckle like an old promise. The gloved hand fished for the chain latch with a hooked strip of metal, a thin, clever tool that had learned a lot of doors without anyone introducing it. I put the spray to the gap and pressed. Pick and spit that mean fog. A cough on the other side, then a curse, then a thud as someone backed an elbow into drywall. Lena, the man said, and this time he said my name like we were cousins. It's me. I didn't have to open to know the voice. Ray? Officer Tyler without the uniform, with the same smile pressed flat into the syllables. You're in the wrong hallway, I said. Also the wrong life. Following up on a tip, he said, that conversational cop tone they teach at in-service trainings, where they also feed people donuts. We got word the back here ain't as out of order as the sign says. You brought a key, I said. That how tips work now? Keys are just belief, he said. I learned that from a church. On my wire, a faint hum became a live pulse, the sense of someone close enough to count my breaths. The bell up front coughed with intent a second later. A human knock wrapped in a store cough. Front now, Pearl said, a whisper I could finally hear. Open to me. I slid away from the steel, moved soft along the aisle, and lifted the grate 2 inches. Colonel showed me his face and a grocery bag like theater. He slipped inside, flipped the lock, and the store became smaller in a way that felt like safety and trouble both. Back? He asked, already reading my eyes for weather. Ray, I said, and a second set of hands. He took the taser from me like we practiced sharing small, dangerous things in kitchens. He nodded once to the steel. Keep the chain, he said. I'll do the talking. We returned to the back as if we were going to fold boxes. The gap at the hinge still breathed. The hook slid, hunted, failed. On the other side, Ray's voice leaned into the crack like a secret. Ms. Lena, he said, don't make me call this in. I'm trying to keep it neighborly. Call it in, Colonel said through the door. Voice old and bored and full of rank the city forgot to write down. Make my paperwork fun. A beat. Then Tyler know Ray laughed low. Isaac, he said, and the use of his first name walked into my store like a hand on a shoulder you didn't invite. Didn't know you did boutique security? I sell pretzels, Pearl said. You want one? Another voice, softer, female, slid behind Ray's. Ray, we don't do this door. Calm, not Mona. This was younger, quicker. The bike girl. She'd traded a delivery box for a whisper. Training wheels for a job. Go home, Colonel said. Both of you. Ray's reply changed temperature. Gonna be a lot of doors to talk about tomorrow, he said. Some of them have cameras. Some of them have ledgers. Some of them have my name written in a sloppy hand that don't belong to me. He let the threat breathe. You should think about who writes neat, Isaac. My handwriting could convict a priest, Pernell said. Don't flatter yourself. He tapped the steel with his knuckle. We done. Footsteps withdrew. The old lock on the other side thudded to rest. A soft sneaker scuffed the vacant corridor once. Then silence again, the kind that's busy. Pernell looked at me for 3 breaths, and then looked down at my hands like he was counting which of us was shaking more. You good, he said. I'm a door, I said, apparently. IAD's going to want a tape of him at this door, he said. He lifted his chin at my ear. Your wire singing? It hummed when you knocked, I said. If it got him, it's a bonus track. He put the grocery bag on the counter and pulled a loaf of Wonder Bread and a jar of peanut butter out like domesticity could tame the night. Make a sandwich, he said. Bodies need gas to steer. I don't eat on command, I said. You do tonight, he said, and the tone appearance on a night when you make the kids sleep in your bed because the thunder made the house lose its bones, cut through my bravado. I made 2. We ate standing, the bell doing small coughs at nobody, the fluorescent buzzing like nervous bees. Storage, I said between lights. L17. We sit till dawn, he said. Judge likes daylight. Mona doesn't, I said. She moves in gray. He leaned his shoulders into the shelf like he wanted the world to feel his weight in a place that wasn't a desk. We get a patrol to drift by, he said. Not Tyler. We call your barber to leave a car with a sick battery parked in front of the gate. We have a woman walk her dog in circles, like she forgot where she lives. We be heavy without touching anything. My aunt's aunt has a skillet, I said. She'll stand at the corner with it and dare God to try her. He smiled, barely there. I like her. The phone on the wall rang, the landline, again. It did that awkward ring old phones do, like they still believe in dishes, in sinks, and calling neighbors for sugar. I stared at it, not moving. Pernell picked up. Lena's, he said, and then just listened. He turned the receiver so I could hear both sides. Mona's voice, warm like a space heater, and as dangerous, unfurled. I'm proud you put a chain on a door, she said. It means you know what you like. Tell Ray to get a new hobby, Pernell said flat. Ray is a hobby, she said. Men are. The work is the city. A pause, then a laugh small enough to fit in a pocket. You're going to Lexington tonight, aren't you? I left you a key. I glanced at the evidence bag in my drawer, the church key, black and arrogant, tag L17. Your generosity keeps me up at night, I said. Good, she said. You're prettier when you're tired. A rustle of paper on her end. Here's a gift you don't deserve. Don't go in alone. Don't go in hungry. Don't go in believing you're the good story. Go in knowing I already decided how the scene ends. You think you wrote this, Pernell said. I always edit, she said, affectionate. Ask Ray. A click. Dead air. I replaced the receiver like it could bite. The store felt too bright. The steel door felt like a back molder. Okay, Pernell said, letting the word land and stay. We do what I hate. We move now. Warrant? I asked. Call into the on-call judge, he said. DaCosta's already got the paper half-walked. We'll roll it on the way. He gave me a look I recognized from tinted windows outside courtrooms. You ride in the second car. You don't touch doors. You don't speak unless asked for your name or your sandwich recipe. Copy, I said. The world outside had settled into that late hour where Baltimore breathes like a tired boxer. We killed my lights, left the open sign dark, and the grate down. Pernell put me in an unmarked that wore dust like a disguise. DaCosta's radio voice steady metronome counted units in motion. 2 at the gate, 1 south, 1 north. Interior is code until code changes. We rolled past Auntie Kima's block her window, a rectangle of warm, like a thumb over a wound. We rolled past a bus stop where a man slept with his cheek against an advertisement for a credit fix. We rolled under the overpass where Lexington self-storage crouched like a childhood dare. The lot lights hummed. A night clerk smoked in a glass box, phone glowing his face vapor blue. At the fence, the woman with the dog, our woman, pretended to discover a fascinating patch of grass and let her terrier read the newspaper of other dogs' lives. Marquis's cousin's car sat with its hood up, hazard lights patient, a man cussing softly at a battery with his dignity intact. We slipped inside on a tide of "this is nothing." Pernell and DaCosta took the front. I hung back, the key cold in my chest like a new word. Row L was a throat. The doors blinked their municipal letters like tired eyes. L17 waited, keyhole a mouth. The dome camera overhead blinked its red light once bored, on duty. "Paper's good," DaCosta said, her phone held like a benediction. "We announce for courtesy. Anyone answers, they bless us with a lawyer in the morning. Anyone doesn't, we owe God extra." She knocked firm, cop polite. "Baltimore police," she called. "Search warrant. Open or we will." Silence. Not even the night clerk's cough. Not even the dog's tags. "Do it," she said to the locksmith we'd borrowed like a hymn. He went to one knee like a proposal and put a tool into the old black mouth. The lock considered, then remembered it had been waiting for this its whole life. It turned like a heel in a sermon. "On 3, DaCosta said to the team posted 2 doors down. 1, 2, 3. The roll-up door jounced, rattled, rose like an eyelid. The air that came out smelled like paper, plastic, and someone else's panic. Pernell clicked his flashlight once. Low, no dramatic beams, just a ribbon. Inside, shelves built cheap but neatly, labeled in that same tidy hand, month 1, MONTH2, star set A, star set B. Girls Marketing Archive, donor scans, security payouts. The back wall had a corkboard with nothing on it, like a stage after strike. The floor had marks where a dolly had turned and left circles. A folding table held a stack of plain manila envelopes like communion, flattened and disguised. Pernell didn't reach. He's learned that the first hand ruins the luck for everyone else. Sai slid past with gloved fingers already apologizing. He lifted an envelope, peeled it like an orange. Inside, cash in small fat, a prepaid with a sticky note, TR, written in a skimpy hand different from the ledger. A list of dates and corners and initials. Another envelope. A set of laminated ID badges, promoter, security, youth advisor with faces grainy and names that would fold under a light. One was Ray Tyler's picture, a smile too young, labeled event security. Vol. The bottom corner had a tiny sticker red circle, the kind toddlers use for charts. Branding. Church lady got a system, the tech breathed. She runs tighter than the city. On the shelf marked Girls Marketing Archive. A plastic bin with snapshots, high-gloss printouts of Instagram faces stolen from Hope filters still on. Names typed under in a font that wanted to be a sponsor. On the back of each, a number code. Meal A07, CA03, T01. My throat closed. I flipped one. Mariel lay complete here. Lane. A Florida area code half-scratched. Someone had started to call and didn't. Under it, Candace. Not candy circled in red, as if someone had argued and lost. I slid the photo back into its slot, like returning a book to a library you're ashamed to borrow from. DaCosta pointed to the donor scans bin. "Get me those with love," she told the tech. He lifted the lid. Inside, photocopies of checks, thank you letters. A printed email from a councilman's aide about youth partnerships, with the kind of tone you save for cutting ribbons. The scanner's feed lines had left faint ghosts across signatures, like a visual stutter. On security payouts, envelopes smaller than the others, with first names and letters Ray T, Kenny, Amen, D. The tech turned one over Ray T, and a folded receipt paper fell out with 3 hearts drawn in blue pen. The handwriting wasn't Mona's tidy print. It was loopy, teenage. Bike girls. She'd learned fast and left love notes for tips. I felt a hot sorrow I didn't want for her, and pocketed it mentally for later penance. At the back of the unit, behind a rack of folding chairs dressed in dust, a rectangle on the plywood wall had been cut and re-screwed. Another door. Another seam. DaCosta touched it with one finger like you check a pan you don't want to blister. They piggyback, she said. Hidden pass-through to the next unit. This is a habit. The locksmith tapped a screw. New, he said, 2 days old. Somebody admired their own work. As CS, I bagged the laminated IDs. A rustle soft, paper over paper, came from the unit next door. L18. Then a whispered curse, soft and female, like someone dropped their nerve and tried to pick it up quietly. DaCosta's hand flicked. Hold, she said, without moving her lips. She angled herself to the seam, cocked her head, and listened the way women do to babies and liars. Another whisper. A breath. The clank of a key being reminded which side of a door it belonged to. She didn't go loud. She didn't go macho. She just knocked the way a woman knocks on a bathroom stall in a church basement when it's time to go make coffee. 3 polite taps. Ma'am, she said, conversational. L18, you got something for me? Silence, the kind that calculates. Then, I have nothing, Mona said through plywood, pleasant and dry, like we were exchanging recipes through a fence. I have air. And open, DaCosta said. No answer. The night clerk's radio crackled at the gate, oblivious. Somewhere outside the fence, a car alarm learned the words brief and uncaring. Pernell didn't look at me. I didn't look at him. The locksmith moved like a man invited to do what he does best. The screws in the pass-through turned with that guilty sigh of cheap hardware. The seam widened. A sliver first darkness, the smell of paper, the faintest light like a candle in a back closet. The panel came off in his hands. L18 was smaller, emptier a bench, a banker's box, a ring light, an extension cord snaking to a splitter like a root. On the bench, a red jacket, folded, neat. On the floor, a pair of gloves with fryer oil ghosts at the cuff. On the box, a single envelope labeled L in that perfect tidy print. DaCosta lifted the envelope with tongs like scripture. Inside, 1 sheet. Typed. L is a company. L is a door. L is whoever is left when you cut the rest. Under it, a list addresses, not names. 5 houses with arrows, red to blue. 2 storage units, 1 with a check mark. A church, Frederick, circled. At the bottom, 2 words handwritten for the first time in all this. Hello, Lena. Something moved in the hallway outside quick, clever. We spun. The roll door at the far end whispered, then yawned a foot, just enough for a slim body to slide under like a letter under a door. Sneakers kissed concrete. Shadow became woman Mona, hair tucked, face calm, that smile built for everything. The night clerk looked up, saw nothing, went back to his phone. The woman with the dog tugged her terrier gently to keep him from announcing anything helpful. Mona straightened, brushed dust from her palms, and carried her red jacket like a hymnal. She didn't run. She walked past the end of row L with the confidence of someone who knows which cameras work. She paused where the chain link wore ivy and the shadow of the overpass hid license plates. She lifted her chin in our direction without turning her face. Then she melted into the kind of dark you cannot write down. Do we chase? The rookie asked, breath pushing at his throat. No, DaCosta said, and I felt the muscle of all her years in the word. We read. We read until paper taught us a shape of the thing that wanted to be too big for reading. We bagged until our hands forgot their names. We photographed until the dome camera over our heads gave up on blinking and pretended to sleep. When we finally rolled row L's door down again, the sky over the overpass had gone from black to the color of a bruise, about to admit it will fade. The woman with the dog yawned for real. Marquis's cousin closed the hood, triumphant about nothing and everything. The night clerk finished his cigarette and looked at us like he suddenly remembered. A storage place can be church if you put the right things in it. Back at my store, the great took the key like a friend. The steel door hummed with the echo of Ray's fingertips, and remembered not to open because a chain told it to be new. I sat on my stool and let my body count backward from 10. My phone, face down, buzzed one more message like a nail in an already suspicious wall. I flipped it. A photo, grainy and close. A chair straps, ring light. That unforgivable rug, except this time the frame held a new detail in the corner. A wrist, mine. The faint imprint of a hospital band scar I keep and don't, where a different state wrote my name wrong, and a caseworker told me the word survivor like it was a dress I'd grow into. The caption, "Don't be late to yourself." I didn't throw the phone. I didn't scream. I sat very still in a store full of things that keep edges down and watched the edges of my life stand up anyway. The list in my head reordered itself without asking. Tyler, Ray Ledger, payouts, at my door. Mona pass-through, jacket, L is a company, L is a door. Storage photos, girls, donors, security. Kenwood hatch, church chair, antique Kima skillet. Nessa and T blue tongues. Me wristband. Me window. Me door. Outside, Dawn tried on early and decided to keep it. Inside, my chain was new, and the rest of me felt older. I told myself, because there was nothing else left to tell. That morning is just another kind of raid, and you go in with what you have, and you drag what you can into light. And when a door remembers itself, you don't apologize for locking it. Then the bell coughed soft, almost shy, and I knew without looking that the last part of this story had decided which street it wanted to walk down. The bell coughed like it was embarrassed to interrupt. Morning had decided on bright, hard, honest light that made everything look like evidence. I didn't turn from the register. Store open? A voice asked, polite as a borrowed dress. Depends who's asking, I said, and looked up. Not Mona, not Dre, not the beanie. A girl. The bike girl braid tucked, winter cap soft on her head, no delivery box, just hands. She stood in the doorway, with care like the building had rules she respected. You, Lena? She asked. That's the sign, I said. She looked around the store like she knew it by sound already. I don't got money, she said, but I got minutes. Minutes can buy something, I said. You hungry? She blinked, surprised. Always. I slid a pack of crackers across the counter. The coin cheese kind Tiana had eaten like communion. She sat on the stool and peeled the plastic slow, as if speed might change the taste. Outside, the bus sighed, and a man argued with a parking sign like it had wronged his whole family. What do you call yourself? I asked. Nivea, she said. She didn't make a joke about it being heaven backwards. She'd heard them all. People call me Nay. You working today, Nay? I asked. Not your kind, she said, but there wasn't heat in it, only fatigue. Ray said be helpful. Then my sister said, what that pay? She smiled at her own small rebellion. I nodded at the cap. You cold, I said. Sometimes, she said. Sometimes I run hot, 'cause I got a job that keep me sweating in winter. She ate half a cracker and pocketed the rest with practiced quiet. Ms. Mona ain't coming, she said. You know that. Not to your door. She traced a circle on the counter with a fingertip, following the pattern in the laminate like it could tell her something interesting. But she sent a picture to your phone last night. Her eyes flicked to my pocket. I took it? You took my wrist, I said. Nice composition. She flushed, a small flame under skin that didn't often allow it. Mona said shoot what tells a story. Sometimes that means faces, sometimes hands, sometimes a paper on a fridge. She paused. I can't keep working for stories I don't own. You want a different story, I said. It wasn't a question. I want a story where I don't know a cop by a short name, she said, and the truth of it made the air change shape. She glanced at the door. Ray coming. He told me knock. He said, make polite and see if your back door got bored of behaving. He's late if he's coming, I said. I got an inventory list with his name on it. People been reading. She watched me like I was a channel with only one show, but sometimes the weather broke in. He's mad because somebody asked his wife what ministry he serves, she said. She don't go to church. He told Mona to fix it. He told Mona a lot, I said. The bell coughed again. The door filled with a shadow that thought it was Welcome Officer R. Tyler. Out of uniform, but wearing it anyway. He'd traded his badge for a jacket with a good collar and the expression of a man who can still see the bottom of the pool. We keep meeting, he said. You bringing men to alleys and churches, Miss Lena. I wanted to bring a little quiet to your hall. You brought the wrong voice, I said. Nay here told me you're late. He looked at Nay like a man looks at a thing he's used and forgot to dust. Go on, he said, too soft for a boss, too hard for an uncle. Get outside. Watch the corner. Nay didn't move. She slid the rest of the crackers into her pocket, like she owned pockets now. You fired me, she said, simple. Last night, when you saw the chain on her door. That made him blink. He hadn't decided whether that scene counted yet. He turned his smile on me. We got misunderstandings, he said. I need your help. You help me, and I help you. You don't have to keep praying your windows hold. I don't pray to windows, I said. I pray to locks that remember what they are. Cute, he said. You know what's not cute? A ledger that says my name like a teenager doodled it. You know what else ain't cute? A safe full of church keys that tell lies about men who stand by doors to keep girls from running. I've been keeping this neighborhood from burning since you were sitting in somebody's office, learning how to spell resilience. He said the word like it was a scab he wanted to pick. My throat got tight, but I kept my voice a kitchen whisper. You took money for parking cars, I said, for looking left when right needed eyes. You put your name on envelopes you didn't earn. He laughed, bitter and flat. Everybody eats, he said. You want to talk? Selling dignity in little jars to keep edges down. You so righteous you ever count how many girls you help by selling bonnet caps with a smile? Today, I said, big as a door. 2. He took a step toward the counter, like men do when they want a woman to think they remembered how to be imposing. The wire heartbeat under my collarbone kept time. You going to testify, he said. Voice turned stool soft, cop soft. That's cute too. You think the court got a day for a girl from nowhere with a new name and a store that sells mirrors? You think a judge going to remember your wrists when he already forgot my overtime? Nay fidgeted, hopeless girl itch. Her eyes darted to the street and back. Ray, she said, tired. There's a car across. They got plastic over the back seat like blood won't stain a prayer. Ray didn't turn his head. He smiled like a man who just remembered a good line in a movie. Isaac, he said to the air, as if calling the weather. You going to walk in or let me bless this store from the sidewalk? He didn't listen for an answer. He leaned on the counter and lowered his voice the way men do when they try tenderness as a weapon. Miss Lena, he said, you got 2 options. Testify that you never saw a thing and love, or testify that you saw everything, and I will officiate at your store's memorial. You won't officiate nothing but a line at Internal Affairs, I said, and the bell coughed again, because God loves timing. Detective Pearl walked in like a man with a grocery list. His hands were empty, which is how you know he was full. Behind him, Sergeant DaCosta filled the doorway with a braid and a warrant the size of a small storm. "Ray," she said, and the use of his first name rearranged the room. "Turn around." He smiled and didn't. "You going to embarrass me in Miss Lena's shop?" he asked, injured, almost charming. "In front of a child." "You embarrassed yourself on a ledger," DaCosta said. "On a camera? In a storage unit? In a woman's hallway at night?" She didn't raise her voice. She never does. "Raymond Tyler, you are under arrest for misconduct in office, obstruction, conspiracy, and being too dumb to spell plausible deniability." He scoffed. "That's not a statute." She smiled a smile women save for men who mistake them for paperwork. "Misconduct is," she said. "Hands behind you." He glanced at Nay, brief, contempt turned appeal, and for half a second I saw a different life where he might have chosen to be the man he thinks he is. Then he looked at me, and I gave him nothing a city's gift withheld. He turned and put his hands back because he was too smart to be stupid right then, and sometimes that's why men go home alive. "Ms. Mona sends her regards," he said as DaCosta clicked him into bracelets. "She says she'll bring flowers to your little witness stand." "I prefer casseroles," I said. "I got a family now that eats." They walked him out under the cough of the bell and the light that tells truth too loud. He didn't fight. He wanted to be seen choosing grace. Men like him always forget who writes the captions. Nay stayed until the noise settled. Then she stood, pushed the stool back with a squeak, and said, "I only did pictures. I didn't hit nobody." "You got a number?" I asked. She shook her head. "Phones die on me." I slid a burner across like a habit. "1 and 2 me and church friend," I said. 4 victim services. They got blankies with dignity. 6 Auntie Kima's skillet. You don't call 6 unless you're ready to be told the truth like it owe you money. She grinned, quick and real. "I like her and I ain't met her," she said. She tucked the phone into her cap, like she'd always been a girl who carried rescue like a secret. "I might come back," she said, casual to hide the fact it was a decision big enough to count as a birthday. "Maybe on Saturdays. I can fold." "Bring your braid," I said. "We got edge control." She left with her cracker pocket and a new number, and the city at the door looked slightly less immortal. I locked the door and looked at the steel like you look at a friend who just did you a favor and is waiting for you to acknowledge it. I touched the chain and said thank you to a piece of metal like a woman whose faith had learned where it lives. The rest is longer than what fits in a neat sentence, but I'll make it fit. The storage unit made paper into gospel. The pass-through, the IDs, the payouts. When you tell a judge a story that looks like a ledger, he remembers how to be curious. He remembered so hard that a grand jury wrote itself into our lives. Men with decks of business cards that all had L on them learned to speak under oaths. Little lantern events became a mothball. Lambert Logistics laughed at the wrong question and then signed a deal that turned laughing into letters. L was left and left over, and the last man to claim a company nobody wanted to own when the bill came. Dre pled to a stack of somethings he didn't understand process, procurement, possession, because his lawyer told him there were words for everything and jail is a word men hear more than they plan for. Kenny sang so pretty, they paid him in paper and probation, and a promise he could open a fry window where nobody sells girls to pay light bills. Ammon's shoulder knit wrong. He's never going to lift heavy with that arm again. He calls his mother now when it rains. You can call that redemption or weather. Mona did what I told DaCosta she would. She didn't run. She floated. She showed up to everything dressed like a deaconess and spoke like a woman who has personally forgiven God for being inconvenient. She said youth program until the room wanted to find another word for it. She smoothed her red jacket and smiled at every camera. It took months and 4 prosecutors and 1 woman who knew how to translate tidy labels into absolutely nots. It took a councilman's aide learning to stop writing emails and start writing apologies. It took DaCosta's patience and Pearl's good shoes and a ledger that never forgot. Then one ordinary Tuesday, they called Mona by her first and last and middle names and told her to stand. When the sentence came, she didn't blink. Queens don't cry in public. But I saw her fingers flex against the cuff, and I thought about girls learning to sit in chairs with straps and still keep their names inside their teeth. Some losses are not numbers. Some wins aren't either. Ray Officer Tyler, Raymond on paper, went from internal to state because the lesson needed to be loud. He made bail. His smile learned how to be smaller. The first time I saw him on a sidewalk after, he nodded like he was showing grace and kept walking faster than his pride wanted. He moved out of the Western, then out of the city. I hope he finds a place where his name isn't Ray to any woman who had to call a number she didn't want to dial. The church reopened its basement with paint, so new it made eyes sting. They put the chair in evidence, and then in a trash nobody will pull from. Sis, Glenda keeps the keys in a box with a Bible now, not because the Bible can stop a door, but because she needed a different weight to carry. Deaconess Ruth sticks around for every group that meets. She stands by the coffee urn and says, "Bathroom to the right," and means it like a benediction. Tiana wears a hoodie with fewer ghosts. She stocks shelves in the afternoon and goes to GED classes at night with a counselor who knows where. To sit in a room with a teen who doesn't like eye contact. Sometimes she watches the door like it owes her something, and sometimes she turns to the back and starts humming. When she laughs, Nessa laughs too, because that's what cousins do when the world is finally letting them count seasons instead of exits. Auntie Kima brought me a casserole and cussed me out for letting these fools almost get me killed. She keeps cussing me out. I have never felt more loved. Nay works Saturdays. She folds better than me. She takes pictures, sometimes product shots for the store's little page no faces, unless people ask. She texts me sunsets like they're appointments I should keep. When the bike goes by these days, she looks at it like a machine, not a job. We closed the VFW to the kind of promo that teaches girls not to keep their own names in their mouths. On bingo nights, the lights look like teeth for the right reasons now. Men argue about numbers and forget to be dangerous. It's not enough. It's never enough. But I'll take enough for a night over not enough for a lifetime. I testified, not as a wire or a 99 number or a lowercase initial. I brought my whole name, the one the hospital got wrong and the one I wear at the store, and I put both on the table. I said straps and red stove and hatch. I said ledger and payout and Ray. I said girls, and then I said their names when the court said I could. My hands shook. My voice didn't. When I stepped down, Pernell pressed a peppermint into my palm because he is sometimes the uncle he pretends not to be. DaCosta nodded once, which is her confetti. Sometimes, on my way to open, I passed the underpass where Harbor Fry used to laugh. It's quiet there now in a way I don't trust. A new place opened 2 blocks over with a menu that spells honey wrong and a counter girl who wears a ring light in her eyes like she's practicing for a stage. She doesn't owe anybody. I buy fries and leave too big a tip and text DaCosta, check inspections. She sends back a picture of a lock. Elle didn't die. Elle never does. Elle is money with legs, a door with a new label, a shell with another shell under it. But Elle learned our faces, learned our kettles, learned our lanes. Elle learned that red means stop when the right people show up at the door. The store still coughs when the bell announces a Monday. The aunties still bring flyers and peppermint. Marquis still sends boys who need fades and girls who need bonnets. The city still breathes like a boxer, tired, beautiful, ready to keep going. I still keep the steel door chained like a promise and a prayer. On a Monday a few months after everything, a man in a carry-out apron came in with socks that were now plain white. He looked smaller without smiley faces. He put a list on the counter. 3 edge controls, 2 lace glues, 6 packs of butterfly clips. No other line item. He slid a 20 across like a tithe and waited for change I did have now. "You back to cooking, Kenny?" I asked. "Just wings," he said. "I learn my lanes." "Good," I said. "Stay in them." I bagged his order neat, tossed in a bonus shine spray, because I am generous when I want a man to think better of the world. He took the bag and left. The van outside had regular tags and a dent that told an honest story about a grocery cart. The fish sticker was gone. I flipped the sign to open and turned on the second row of lights, the one that makes the wigs glow, a little like they're telling jokes. The city leaned in through the glass to see what we'd say next. "We sell hair. We sell small mercies. We keep doors. We count minutes. We don't keep girls. We keep names." When the bell coughed again, it was just a kid asking for a bonnet that doesn't come off at night. I rang it up, handed it over, and told her, "Bring it back if it don't hold. We want the right kind of tight." She smiled and said, "Yes, ma'am," and the day went on, which is sometimes the bravest ending you get. Epilogue, which isn't an epilogue so much as a list of what stayed true. The ledger became case law before the winter was over. People said, "Frederick Basement," like a caution, and "Kenwood Hatch," like a myth. 2 more churches changed their locks and their habits. My chain still whispers when the door thinks about remembering the wrong way. I touch it, and it calms down. Some nights, the window in the VFW bathroom rattles in my sleep, and I get up and make tea and watch the row of gels pretend to be the whole economy. It isn't. It's just a piece we keep tidy because we can. Every once in a while, Nay texts me a picture through the glass of my own store. Me blurred in the background. Nessa buying lashes. Tiana fussing with the register tape. She captions it, "You late to yourself?" I text back a clock emoji and then a picture of a sandwich. We keep simple jokes so the complicated ones don't eat us. On Sundays, if I'm not too tired, I pass by Frederick and stand on the steps with coffee until service spills into the street in that delicious way it does. Hugs loud as trumpets. Gossip folded into blessing. Sis, Glenda nods from the table where she's counting something that isn't just dollars anymore. Deaconess Ruth shakes my hand like we're both guilty and forgiven. If I stay long enough, a choir member will ask what edge control holds under humidity, and I'll sell it to her on the steps and feel like a woman with a traveling church. And sometimes, when morning picks its honest light and the bell coughs just right, I hear Mona's voice the way you hear a song you wanted to hate, but learned all the words to soft. Smart, furious with the kind of love that goes wrong in public. There's a world where she took a different door. There's a world where I didn't. We don't live in either. We live here, where the girls we can keep, we keep, where the doors we can teach, we teach, where the ledgers we can read, we read out loud. I lock up at night with my whole hand, not just my fear. I turn the chain and say thank you because gratitude is also a lock. I count the change and the minutes and the mistakes I didn't make. And I go home to a couch that remembers the shape of a woman who got out a window once and decided never to apologize for climbing. What you just heard wasn't the full story. It was the part someone tried to bury. The part that didn't fit the headline. The part where a person, not a suspect, was lost in the process. This case showed us what happens when the system moves too fast. Or not at all. When suspicion weighs more than truth. When justice shows up late or never. But here's the thing. If these stories don't leave us asking questions, they'll keep repeating with different names. So if this one meant something to you, don't just move on. Talk about it. Question it. Pass it on. Because silence protects the wrong side of history. And sometimes the only thing standing between truth and erasure is someone who chooses to care. Like, share, comment, Let the next chapter begin with awareness, not regret.